We've got a lot of fallout of SummerSlam tonight, actually. So we're going to start with what we always start with before we get into the news and stuff like that. The reason that we're starting early is because of Roman being back, being on the show. I know that we're a good couple of hours early. We always start a few hours before, but we're actually starting even earlier than that because I know this is a show that is going to have a lot of excitement. It's going to have a lot of people wanting to talk about what the future for WWE and Roman and Bloodline and SmackDown is going to look like. So I wanted to make sure that we gave it the time that it deserved. So let's break down and run down the card, shall we, and talk about what we've got coming up. And then we can jump very quickly into your thoughts and chuck a few things around. So Roman Reigns appears after his explosive SummerSlam return. We've got LA Knight. He's going to be holding a title celebration. Of course, he won the United States Championship from Logan Paul. So he is going to be holding a title celebration. We've got Andrade and Santos facing off in a United States Championship #1 contenders match. So I'm thinking maybe Santos gets that. If Andrade gets it, then it'll be face versus face, which is not a problem. But I will always lean towards the heel if I have to pick a side. So, yeah, I'm going to say that Santos picks that up against Andrade. Then we've got DIY taking on Pretty Deadly in a #1 contenders match. Again, probably DIY makes sense there because Bloodline are the champions, so it would make sense to do face versus heel, so I'd probably be leaning DIY. Then we've got Jade Cargill. She's going to be taking on Alba Fire, so we've got that match. And then finally, we've got the Street Profits taking on A-Town Down Under. Now, what I'm going to say about this is that the card, it looks to me a little bit strange. The reason I say that is because there's a lot of matches there which kind of feel a little bit throwaway. Like #1 contenders match, Jade Cargill taking on Alba Fire, you know? Street Profits taking on A-Town Down Under. I mean, this doesn't feel like the exciting SmackDown after SummerSlam I would be looking for, right? But I think the reason why they've done that is because they know the only reason people are going to tune in tonight, the only reason people are going to care about this show, the only talking point coming out of it is going to be Roman Reigns. So I suppose you can get away. It sounds a bit strange saying get away with, but get away with some matches that maybe don't quite, I don't know, float your boat so much. I mean, Street Profits against A-Town Down Under, I don't give a flip. Jade Cargill against Alba Fire, couldn't care less, right? These are matches that I'm just not bothered. If I never see them, it's really fine. It's okay. I'm really not bothered. The #1 contenders matches, I suppose there's a place for them, but considering Bloodline have just won the titles, I don't expect them to lose them anytime soon. So DIY or Pretty Deadly, I don't think will win the belts. Same with LA Knight winning that United States Championship. I can't see him losing it so soon. So again, does it really matter if it's Andrade or Santos that wins? Because I don't see them losing that championship. I don't see Bloodline losing the championship. So you do kind of look at that and go, yeah, okay. It's kind of hoping for a bit more there. But again, it is going to be irrelevant. Because the only thing we're going to care about and the only thing we're going to be talking about by the end of this show is Roman, what Roman has done, what Roman has said. That's it, isn't it? I mean, it's really all about that. So, yeah, I always like to be honest about how the card looks. For me, this card just looks fine. I mean, honestly, tonight, it just looks okay. Really, it's Roman, and that's it. Roman is everything. Roman. I don't know if Cody's on this show. I would imagine he is, but he's not advertised here. I think it was on his schedule, though. So I would be surprised if we don't get him. But yeah, as we said, all about Roman tonight. I'm sure there will be other stuff, though. And I'm sure that some of these matches will bang, you know? So certainly not like down on them saying this is a disaster or anything like that. But I don't know. We've just ate so good. I mean, like, SummerSlam was so good. Raw was so good. NXT was okay. I thought NXT was okay. But, like, yeah, now we've got Roman. There's a lot of excitement around. And, yeah, I'm interested to know what you lot are thinking, where the conversation is. Let's start with Kian, shall we? Who says, Daze, hope you're well. I'm good, thank you. How was your day? My day was all right. I was just trying to catch up on a few things and really get ready for tonight. I knew we would start earlier, and so I've really just been reading a lot today, just trying to keep up to date with all the news. And there's a few bits, actually, like WWE interested in doing a PLE in Italy in 2025. So that was really good. That was really interesting. I'd love a PLE in Italy. Just think of the venue that you could do and like how beautiful Italy is. So that would be really cool. So, like, I was reading about that. I was reading a bit about Bobby Lashley. I was reading a bit, just lots of stuff. Obviously, Kevin Sullivan. We haven't even mentioned Kevin Sullivan. Kevin Sullivan tragically passing away, of course. I think he managed to get to the age of, like, 70-odd. But really, in this day and age, that's still young. I mean, I kind of feel like, you know, you want to be getting into your 80s and your 90s. But still, you know, making it to a decent age. And you know, wrestlers of that generation I don't think were very good at looking after themselves. So yeah, if you've got any thoughts or memories or favorite moments of Kevin Sullivan, feel free to share those. It's not a conversation that I can really contribute much to, because I think a lot of what he achieved was achieved certainly before I was watching wrestling, like in the 80s, territories, Florida, and to be honest, my visibility of that has been it's very difficult to find footage of that. I think there might be stuff on the network, but I really have not been very good at going back into the territory stuff, because to be honest, it's just hard to know where to start. You know, it's hard to know where to kind of get your teeth into that stuff. And I've got more than enough like WWE, WCW shows to still catch up with. And things to still kind of explore. So getting around to doing territory stuff is just really difficult. And when I was young, there was no videotapes or anything that you could get a hold of, or not that I was aware of. Certainly nothing I was seeing over here in the UK. So all of that kind of territory stuff, like World Championship, World Class Championship Wrestling in Texas, and the Florida stuff and the Carolinas, and you know, all of that stuff was really hidden away from me when I was young. So I know he did a lot of work there, and I know that he did a lot of kind of operating in that more darker, shadier side of wrestling. You know, he wasn't the Fiend or anything like that, but he definitely was someone that was operating in the shadows a bit more than other people at those times. And then, of course, I know him best from the Dungeon of Doom. I've certainly had visibility on that. And his feud with Hulk Hogan, that's how I know him. But that was very, very late in his career, I believe. He'd started in the 70s. So by the time you're doing the whole Dungeon of Doom stuff, you know, I think his best years were behind him. But yeah, I mean, just someone that I've always been aware of, and someone that I am willing to learn about more. I know he was a booker as well. I know that not only was he a wrestler, but he was a booker, and did a lot behind the scenes. And so it's been really interesting reading about him, actually, and seeing what people have been saying. So yeah, if you've got any memories, favorite moments, favorite matches, stuff like that, feel free to fire it in. I would imagine WWE will put a graphic up. They've already put a graphic out on social media. And I've already read loads. There'll be loads in Unseen, actually, tonight. I've been gathering up, like, Ric Flair, Karrion Kross, loads. Triple H have all come out and had a few words to say about him. So, yeah, a sad loss. But that's the wrestling world, isn't it, eh? So, yes, that was my day. I think Solo will cost Roman. He'll set up Roman and Cody against Solo and Jacob, says Kian. Yeah, it could go that way, buds, where we actually do a tag match. We were talking about Bash in Berlin. We obviously have got that second channel, that opinions channel. That's where you lot go to vote on the show scores. And on that channel, we do a lot of opinion videos, and we did one on Roman and what the future would hold for Roman, and about Bash in Berlin and what matches should be booked for Bash in Berlin. And Cody and Roman being a tag team was floated. For me personally, I would be probably more interested in the Randy turn and doing Cody Randy, but there is a rumor doing the rounds as to who Cody could be facing at Bash in Berlin, but I don't really want to say because it might affect the show tonight. So I'm going to stay stum on that. Only because I don't want to ruin what might be tonight, right? But there is a rumor as to who Cody could be facing, and it would be a singles match. It would be for the championship. It wouldn't be him and Roman. So we'll sit on that unless someone comes in and spoils it. Connor said, I think Roman versus Solo should happen at Bad Blood and Roman should win, says Connor. Savannah said, I think Roman is going to be a babyface. What do you think? I think he's going to be a babyface. There is some interesting footage, though, of him saying to Cody, that's my belt. And the pointing, which we were a bit confused about on Unseen, because he points to Cody. And I was like, is he saying that's my belt? Or is he saying you're the man now? It's yours, you run with it. Because I didn't know. I didn't know what the context was. The more we're seeing now, it seems like he's saying that's my belt. So I think he has come back as a face, but I also think that he wants his belt back from Cody, which is going to be really difficult because if you do face Roman against face Cody, I would worry for Cody because I think people were desperate for him to finish the story, and that's done now. And I think there's also been quite a bit of criticism for how Cody has been booked since WrestleMania. It's just been a bit flat. It's just been a bit bland. The matches have been good, but the creative, the stories have not. So I just think Roman's back now. He's exciting. He's got that crazy star power. You know, he's a face. He's going to destroy Solo. Putting him in there with Cody, I would just worry for Cody. I would just worry that, you know, this is not... The fans are just going to side with Roman. I do think a large part of that support for Cody around the whole We Want Cody movement was because they were so desperate for him to finish the story. Certainly that's what I was. I did, you know, to be finished. I so wanted that story to be finished, but it is now. It is now. So I don't know that people have got that same passionate connection with Cody, and certainly the booking has not helped. So I don't know. I think they've got to be really, really careful with what they do with Roman. I think he should be fully focused on the bloodline, and I think he should be very respectful to Cody and joking like our paths will cross and I will get my belt back. You know, those kind of comments are fine. But I'm not sure that I'd push it much more than that, to be honest. John, shout out to you. John said, Roman is the first person that we are the best and Roman is the best. So, John, shout out to you, buds. Where's my chat not moving? Chat on screen is moving, but my chat is not moving. Oh, there we go. It moved. Right, Trini said, not to toot my own horn, but I was the first person the night of WrestleMania 2 who said Roman was going to return, help him, and then tag team with Cody, and I do still think that. The Beach Kevin said, do we see Paul Heyman tonight? Don't know. I mean, in regards to Heyman and Jimmy, there's no words. We genuinely don't know. There's been no speculation. There's been no rumors. There's been nothing. I mean, we are, of course, expecting them to return. And we are expecting them to be with Roman. Whether that's tonight, I'm not sure. Or whether we save that for another day. You see, the thing is, we've got Roman again next week. He's actually back next week as well. And he's back in September. So I think he has a week off. Maybe 2, and then he's back again, because in September, I think we actually move SmackDown away from Fox, and they go to the USA Network. I didn't realize that move was so soon, but if they're moving SmackDown to the USA Network, that first show is going to be huge. because they're going to want to make sure everyone knows on a Friday, you tune in here. This is where you go. Like, I would imagine they'll do like video packages, vignettes. I think, you know, those Fiend ones go into the Therapist. If my memory serves me correct, weren't they to coincide with SmackDown moving to Fox? I think that's what they were designed to advertise. So I think that they were just like throwaway things. They weren't really canon. You could use them as canon, but they weren't really canon. They were just vignettes to advertise the move to Fox. So I'd imagine we'll get things like that as we now move SmackDown back over to the USA Network. And that move is coming soon. So do you save Heyman for that, a surprise for that? Do you save Jimmy for a surprise for that? You've only got to get through this week, next week, and then next time Roman's back will be, I think, the move to the USA Network. So I don't know. It's difficult to know if it'd be tonight, next week, first show on USA Network, Bash in Berlin. Like, there's so many shows where we could use that moment, you know. Could the forgotten Manu return? Not Manu from the Legacy with Cody and Ted, says Kim's Trains. No word on that. Trini says, I don't doubt that match, Brony. I expect Roman and Cody to tag on SmackDown. Not a point of view, or maybe at Crown Jewel later this year. I Am the Color Red said, leave tonight for just Roman. Slowly add members to each side of the Bloodline Civil War. There's hundreds of them. Marvelin said, Daze, what do we think Austin Theory needs to do to get the fans on his side? How would we book that face turn? Well, if you want Austin Theory as a face, I would have Grayson turn on him, and that would build up some sympathy if it was a good enough beatdown. Then I would have Theory being all pathetic, like backstage, looking for a friend. There's no one around. And then he bumps into Johnny, and he's had a bit of a cross path with Johnny, but Johnny is a good guy, big heart. He'll bring him back. And I would have him hang around with DIY for a bit. You could maybe do some 6-person tag matches. Theory being a bit goofy, being fun. I mean, Theory, when he was in the way in NXT, was really good, really fun, really entertaining. They kind of turned the way heels, and he was still being goofy. He was still really likable. Their dynamic was that Johnny was the dad, Candice was the mom, Indy was the daughter, and Austin Theory was the son. And I think Indy didn't really play into that daughter role. She was just more of like a sister, really, to Candice. Kind of like what you see on the main roster. But Theory definitely played into the whole son thing. Very immature. And he was just really likable. Even as a heel, he was just goofy. And he was really likable. I think, like, I don't know that I would go as far as that on the main roster. But I would definitely put him back with Johnny, put him with Tommaso, and have him do some 6-person tag matches, have him get in a little bit confused, I suppose, and just try and pull out a bit of humor, and just see if we can get him having some really good matches. If we could get him cooking in some really good matches and bring out his kind of personality a bit more, because I just don't think being a heel has worked at all. Not even for a second. Nothing about him being a heel felt right. I think, to be honest, he's a young man who likes to go out, have fun, and I don't know that he's the most mature guy in the world in real life. And I think you might want to just tap into that. I think his presentation down in NXT was probably quite accurate as to what his personality is like. I can't imagine outside of WWE he goes to the ballet and reads, like, you know, old Russian novels and all this kind of stuff, listens to like experimental jazz. I mean, I just don't think that's who he is as a person. So I think the character he portrayed down in NXT was probably quite close to who he is, or an exaggerated version of who he is. And I would try and get back to that a little bit. Because being a heel, I just don't think he's a nasty person. I don't think he's a hateable person. I think that he is someone that you could really make into quite a successful babyface, to be honest. I still look at him as a potential WrestleMania main eventer, which might sound crazy, but considering he ain't done much. But I just think he's got a good look. I think that he can wrestle. Again, not many great matches that you can say out of theory, but I saw him have some really good matches in NXT. I saw him have some matches that I was really, really impressed with. If we could just start to showcase that on a more regular basis, get that fun side of his personality cooking. He's already got the look. I still think the future is very, very bright for him. I think it's very, very bright. I don't look at him as like always in Last Chance Saloon. I just think he's so young and he's already learnt loads. So yeah, I'm still quite high on Austin Theory, to be honest. So I really hope it works out for him. I really do like him. Aubrey said the Sammy moment is so much bigger than anything Jimmy has done. Why are we talking about who was more entertaining in the bloodline? It was definitely Sammy. I love Sammy. Would you like to see WWE have a PLE in Estonia? Maybe name it Tuesday in Tallinn, says Tony. I mean, I don't mind them. I wouldn't do a PLE there. To be honest, I feel like you probably want to run a live event there first. I don't even know if we've done a live event there. So, you know, if you're WWE, you'd run a live event there to see how popular it is, what the ticket sales are like. I mean, I have no idea what WWE does in Estonia from a viewing figure point of view, right? So if I'm WWE, I'd be looking at my distribution there. I'd be looking to see viewing figures. Where are we watched? How many people are tuning in? Is there enough of a fan base there to support a live event? If so, I would do a live event. How did it go? How did the tickets sell? How much money did we make? Was it worth it? Because don't forget, you've got to travel there and get all the wrestlers there, hotels and all this kind of stuff. If you're just getting there to sell 2,000 tickets, it's not worth it, is it? So you do a live event first. If that's a success, then you'd go for a Raw and a SmackDown and see, like, can you charge that little bit more? Can you sell 10,000 at least? I mean, you'd want to be doing about 10,000 really, but, you know, if it's 8,000, it's not the end of the world. I think there's a few shows in America that have been about 8,000, 9,000. But ideally, you'd be looking for 10, wouldn't you, in an ideal world? But if it's 8, if it's 9, whatever, right? And then at that point, you'd be looking at like a PLE. So I think going from like 0 to 100 is probably not the best, doesn't make the most business sense. You do like go through those steps first. But for me as a viewer, as long as like there was a fan base there and it was going to, because we know the crowd's important. If there was a fan base there which was going to result in a decent crowds, then I want to go everywhere. I want to go to Africa. I want to go to Asia. I want to go Australia. I want to go New Zealand. I want to go Mexico, Brazil, you know, Argentina, all over Europe. I mean, just let's go everywhere. Because I think, you know, WWE is a global brand. It has been. I mean, really going all the way back to the 80s, potentially even before that, right? But certainly in the 80s, I know that WWE matches were being shown on TV here in the UK. So just judging by that, I have to think that we weren't alone and that there were other countries that were receiving WWE matches and content, right? And obviously with Sky Sports coming along in the late 80s, early 90s, that's when we started to get like dedicated WWF shows. And so, you know, it massively exploded from that point. And I think because of those dedicated WWF shows, that's why we ended up getting SummerSlam 92. Because I think they saw that we had taken to it and that there was a demand for it here in the UK. And they wanted to capitalize on that. And that's why we end up getting SummerSlam 92. for whatever reason, that was not deemed a massive success, probably because of the time difference. And so then we had to wait many, many years till we got like other pay-per-views. They did do UK exclusive pay-per-views actually, but yeah, we know about Clash in the Castle being like 30 years after SummerSlam. But yeah, I've got to think we weren't the only ones receiving stuff at that time. So WWF is definitely a global brand, and it has been for decades. And I think WWF, or WWE as it is now, has always not fully capitalized on that. I think that it has kind of dragged its heels, really, when it's come to going around the world. I think it could have done a hell of a lot more than what it's been doing. A hell of a lot more. You know, to the point where you could even have a tour that just constantly goes round. You know, send people out for a month, bring them back, refresh it, and send them back out again, you know? Or send a load out for a month, constantly going around the world, bring them back, and then send a whole different load of people to go out for like a month and go all around the world. But we don't do that. Like, and I just think that, you know, you could have some people going, you could have some shows going on in Australia tonight, and then next week they could be in India, and then the week after that they could be over in Japan. And like, you could have, like, you know, some of it, and who knows, some of those shows could even be Raws and Smackdowns. So, you know, you could have some of your shows coming from there. So look, I mean, there's lots and lots and lots of things that they could be doing. And they're certainly doing a lot more now, but exactly where they should go, I mean, honestly, you'd need the data for that, wouldn't you? You'd need to look at the data. I thought about Australia upstaging GP in the Olympics since there's one more day before it's over, said Easy99. Australia have done excellent. I think I looked at the medal table for Tokyo. I think the GB got about, I think it was 22 medals, golds. Actually, the number of medals that we've got is not bad. I think we're on about 55, 57, something like that. I think it's not too far from where we've been previous. So, to be honest, I don't see it so much as us declining. I just think it's been an excellent performance from Australia. So we always look to try and beat them. It looks like they've pipped us this time, but we've had them. I would say the majority in the previous few games. So yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? We were ahead of France. I said before, we always look to get past Australia and France. Last I saw, we were just ahead of France. So if we can finish above France, I'll take that as okay. It was okay. We finished above France. It would be perfect if we finished above France and Australia. But Australia just seemed to have had a great game. And do you know why I think that's happened? I think USA has fallen back a little bit. And the start of the games for USA was not as strong as what we expected, or certainly what I expected. And people was telling me on different streams that it was probably to do with Phelps not being around, because he's hoovered up gold medals and medals for you guys in America. And with him not being around, it was a bit more of a challenge. I don't know the numbers, but I'm wondering if some Australians have capitalized on Phelps not being around, which is why their golds are massively up, actually. Their golds are up, and the UK ones, the Great Britain ones, are down. So I think there's like 4 gold medals in it. I think we have more medals than them, but it doesn't matter. The way the table is sorted is on gold medals. And so that's the way to, that's no moving of goalposts. That's how it is. It's done by golds. So, yeah, a good performance from them. But it's fine. We'll get them next time. Not bothered. Kim Shane said WWE at the North Pole and WWE at the South Pole. John Cena versus a polar bear. The Bloodline versus some penguins. Let's go. Tony said, what is your theory about Tommaso T big announcement next week on the show? Well, Tommy Toy Travels, his announcement is to do with his streaming, isn't it? So, I don't know, whatever is up with his streaming schedule. Wrestle Wyatt said, Daze, do we think Bray is the 6th member of the Wyatt Six? I think Bray is the lantern because it was sitting on the rocking chair where Bray used to sit. I don't think he's the sixth member. I don't think he's the sixth member. Him being the Lantern, I don't know. I don't know. I look at that and it's like, it's easy to say yes, but I don't know. The thing is, we had the Lantern before. If we never had the Lantern before, then I would be a bit more inclined to say yes, he's, you know, the North Star. I mean, that's the only thing I can think. But they also say that he's the color red. So if it was a red light, if we never had the Lantern before, I'd be a bit more inclined to say yes. And if that light was red, I would also be a bit more inclined to say yes. But the fact we've had the Lantern before, and the fact that, like, Bray is the color red, and they've said, you know, there's lots of different ways they refer to him. I mean, they said to Joe Gacy, didn't they, about how, you know, let the man in the woods in or whatever. And for me, that was a reference to Bray, right? So I feel like Bray's being referenced that way. It is. He has been described as being the North Star, right? So, you know, they describe him that way. He's apparently the color red as well, because he said, I am the color red in a world of black and white. So, you know, Bray is that way. It's one of those, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing that I'm looking at that makes me go, yes, he is the Lantern. People might respond by saying, well, they did say he was the North Star and the Lantern could be the North Star. But my counter to that was, well, people told me that the light that shines out the entranceway just before the Wyatt Six emerge, people told me that was Bray. I feel like a lot of people tell me a lot of different things are Bray, you know? So I don't know on that. And the fact that it was just put down on a rocking chair wouldn't be enough to sway me, to be honest. So I don't know. If it turned out that it is cool, but really on the fence. I'm on the fence with that. In regards to is he the sixth member, I'm going to say no. And the reason why is because if we think back to that URL that kind of had 5 letters and then it said 1A at the end. So it had the first letter of all of the members and then it said 1A. And so for me, that URL is telling you who the 6 are. So it's the 5, and then there will be another person that joins later that starts with the letter A. And there has been the theory, could it be plus 1 angel, right? But I'm not really keen on that, because I think if you want Bray to be the 6th member, you would do 1B, wouldn't you? You would do plus 1B plus Bray, or plus just Bray. I mean, you wouldn't put the 1 in. It would just be, you know, plus B or whatever. So I kind of feel like the 1A people have gone is that Alexa, which just fits, doesn't it? You know, we had Uncle Howdy, we had Eric Rowan, so we had U, we had E, we had J for Joe Gacy, we had N for Nikki Cross, we had D for Dexter Loomis. So we had all of those, and then it said that 1A at the end. So that A, that feels to me like that is the 6th person. And as we said, there was the theory that it could be Angel, but that just doesn't sit well with me, because I do just look at it and go, why wouldn't you just go with B? Why wouldn't you just put B for Bray if it's Bray? So I feel like it's Alexa. That A feels like it's Alexa. So I think that there's been a lot of thoughts on it about whether, like, he is the 6th person, right? I don't think he needs to be, right? Because I just think his fingerprints are absolutely everywhere. I mean, you've got lanterns, you've got rocking chairs, you've got his name on the gloves. All of these characters are his character. He doesn't need to be a member of this group. He's the creator, you know? He's the creator. He's overseeing the whole thing. You might have 6 of them here, but what overshadows all of it is Bray. He's bigger than being a member. He oversees it all, right? It's like having the Fab Four and wondering if God is one of the Beatles. It's like, no, he doesn't need to be. God overshadows everything, right? So it's kind of like Bray overshadows all 6 members. So for me, I don't think he is. I think it is Alexa that's the final one. because of that URL. And as I said, you know, Bray, is he represented by the lantern? I just struggle with that because we had the lantern before. So I don't know why that would, I don't know why the meaning of the lantern would now just suddenly change because Bray's no longer with us. I don't know why the lantern would suddenly change. We had it before. So what was it before? If that is meant to represent a spirit guiding them, who was it before? And why did it change, if it has changed? Those would be my questions. So, yeah, interesting thoughts, though. Ethan says, the light the Bray Wyatt 6 walk out to is a resemblance for Brody. The lantern is a tribute to Bray. That's my opinion. Well, you're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to it. The only thing I would say is there's nothing that supports that. That's a theory, right? Which is absolutely fine, absolutely welcome. All theories and thoughts are welcome. I'm not sitting here saying I'm correct. But what I'm sitting here saying is there's nothing that would support that. That's a theory that doesn't have any kind of base to it. It's like, it's a nice thought, it's a nice idea, but I can't sit here and say, well, we've got this evidence that says that that's correct. For me, as I said, that lantern was there before. I mean, it doesn't massively matter if it turned out to be a reference to Brody or if it turned out to be a reference to Bray. Lovely. I ain't got no issue with it, but it's just, do we think it is? Like, no, would be my answer. Like, if I'm asked that question directly, I'm going to give you my honest answer to it, and no would be my answer to it. But I don't know. As I said, all thoughts, all theories are welcome. James said, obviously Bray's not the sixth person. They would have told you that, not by going down the supernatural route. Tony said, I really hope the Wyatt 6 go on to some great things. Last night on the podcast, a tribute act to the Wyatts was mentioned, and it made sense if they don't do some good things. Yeah, on the Wrestling Escape Pods, I got asked about their match, and I said it was fine, but I think what really did it for people, what really grabbed the attention, wasn't so much the moves. It wasn't so much the match itself. It was the rocking chair. It was the Harper mask facing the ring. It was Gacy being upside down in the corner. It was Rowan looking up to the heavens going, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, it was all of those lovely, lovely touches. And they really were. I mean, I was full of praise for that segment. I really enjoyed it. My concern, and what we were talking about on the Wrestling Escape Pods, is they're going to have to put on really good matches without those things in the future, because those things aren't going to have as much impact in the future. If you see them do those things every single time they wrestle, they will soon become just, you know, part of the background. Like, that's just what they do, right? And so the actual match is going to have to start carrying weight. And I thought the match was fine. I didn't think it blew my mind. If I take all that stuff away and just focus on the actual action, I thought the match was fine. But I think what really pushed it over the top, what really grabbed attention, was all of that extra stuff, right? So I think for me, this is the concern, if you will, and it's only a very small concern. It's only very, very small. But it's, you know, can they deliver the match quality that I think is going to be needed? Because they can't rely on those little moments. They can't. It was lovely, it was heartwarming, but as we move forward, they're probably going to have to turn up how vicious they are, you know? They're probably going to have to be more vicious in the ring. We're probably going to have to see some moves that are a bit more innovative. There was a lot of just big impact moves, like big clotheslines, big crossbodies, big splashes, big power bombs. There was those kinds of moves, but there wasn't anything we had not seen before. And that's okay. So I don't really need to see some I've not seen before. But I don't know. I just think, like, with the snapping of the neck You know, we used to get that from The Fiend, where he'd snap the neck round. And it was kind of, you know, moves like that. You'd go, oh, wow, not seen that. And like, I don't know, it would have an impact. Whereas I think a lot of the moves the Wyatt Six were doing are things that we've seen in other matches. And it's definitely something that just needs to be looked at, I think, going forwards. Otherwise, they do become a tribute act. They do become a tribute to Bray Wyatt rather than their own group, which I think they need to be. I do worry that, like, all this stuff about Bray and everything Bray, it eventually could hold them back, because they need to become their own group. They need to be their own people. They need to have their own feuds. They need to move forward and, you know, tell their own stories. Obviously, we're telling Bray's story using Bray's characters, but that should be a framework, really, that allows them to then kind of explore the characters themselves. You know, they're bringing these characters to life, so you can't, like, stifle them or choke them with, like, you know, super restrictive, you can do this, you can't do that. You've got to allow them to perform. You've got to allow them to breathe. And, yeah, otherwise they do just become a tribute to Bray Wyatt. So, so far, so good. Everything's been ticked so far. All the boxes, every segment, I think, has been really strong. I would quite happily get into a debate with anyone that wanted to tell me that this group's garbage and all that kind of stuff. I feel like I could defend the group, right? But if we are just looking at little icebergs that are potentially ahead, right? If we have got the binoculars out and we're just having a little look for potential icebergs, I would just say that those couple of bits we just spoke about would be things that, if I was booking them, would be on my radar. Definitely, you're never going to forget Bray, and definitely you're never going to step out of his shadow, like, permanently. He's always going to be there. His presence will always be there, and it should always be there. But you want to make sure that you're giving them room to breathe themselves as well. So, yeah, very interesting. I'm looking forward to Monday, actually, and seeing what's next. We did a whole video about what's next for the Wyatt Six. I don't think they move on from Chad and the Creeds. I think that we continue with that feud. But if we are going to continue with that feud, what are they going to do to the Wyatt Six to kind of get a little bit of heat back? Because they got destroyed, didn't they? I mean, they got beaten, they got humiliated. That was their first proper match as American maids, and they lost. So what are they going to do to try and get themselves back in the mix? What are they going to do to get themselves back in the running, you know? So I'm definitely, I'm really interested. I'm really interested to see how that's going to play out on Monday, you know? Is it going to be a case that they get one over on the Wyatt Six, or I don't know? How do we move forward with this feud? Or does Uncle Howdy say that he wants to go one-on-one with Chad and we just book the match for Berlin? I don't know. Maybe he says, I'm not done with you. They've had their fun. I want mine. And then we go down that road of having Howdy against Chad, which I think is a very real prospect of us doing that match. Very real prospect. But again, how do we get there? Daniel, shout out to you. Daniel, Jewel, and Sean Banks. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support. I hope you're well. I hope everyone's well. Wrestle Wyatts said, what if the Wyatt Six end up creating their own song with the title being Let Us In instead of Let Him In, which was the Fiends after what they posted? Well, honestly, I don't know really what people want to do. I think this is where it gets a bit tricky, because for me, I think Shatter was really well received. People really enjoyed it. I think that first match, it struck the right tone. I think it was right to use Shatter. I think it was right that it had so many little references in it. It might seem like I was complaining about it. I'm not. I'm looking in the future, and I'm saying we can't keep doing that every single time, because it's going to get a bit old and a bit stale for people. You need these characters to really stand on their own 2 feet, right? So I really don't mind bringing in a new theme for this group, right? They used Shatter for that first match. But I wouldn't have any complaints for them going off now and going, right, okay, you know, what do we do now for the group? What do we do now for pushing things forward, you know? I would like them to try and have a little look at doing some new stuff, actually. You know, they can use the Funhouse, but they don't have to go to the Funhouse. What if we go to somewhere we've not been before? Look at the success of Nightbirds. We did a lot of stuff in Nightbird we did not get even remotely close to doing with White Rabbit. White Rabbit was a lot more limited than what we did with Nightbird. We were all over the place with Nightbirds, doing so much stuff. I mean, it was really White Rabbit times 10, times 100. It was so much bigger in its scope. It just blew the doors off, like everything. I mean, it just eclipsed White Rabbit, right? Because of its size, because of its scale, because of like how much stuff there was in there. I just think that Rob Fee has shown himself to be very good. I think Bo is always going to want to protect his brother's work, right? Right now, I just don't have any concerns that whatever these guys want to try is going to in any way disrespect Bray Wyatt. I just don't believe that. I think priority number one will always be don't disrespect Bray. And I think that will be priority number one. And I think that's right. But I think beyond that, you should then be allowed to try some stuff and actually see, right, where can we go with this group? What can we do with these characters? What can we, like, you know, you've got the, I would imagine that Bo has got the framework as to what Bray wanted this story to be. And of course you stick to that. But within that framework, there's going to be opportunities and there's going to be chances to explore. And I really hope they take them. I really hope they don't feel like they have to be so rigid, you know, and constricted to, we're only going to do what the few bits that Bray has told us about, you know, and that they feel a bit more of a freedom to understand the characters and try and explore their worlds. Because I just think that I don't know how much Bray has told Bo. I don't know how long this story is. I don't know how deep it is. I don't know how complicated it is. I don't know if they spoke about backstage promos. I don't know if they spoke about the full backstories of each of the characters. I don't know what's been communicated. I don't know what's coming. Maybe they've got enough stuff to work with. But if not, I hope they feel that there is the freedom to explore it. Because I think there is. I really think there is. As we said, no one is going to want to disrespect Bray. And I think it can be a bit easy to become a bit too precious with that kind of a thing. I would definitely be open for them just, you know, colouring outside the lines a little bit and trying a few little things to see, you know, how far can we kind of expand this world? Because we could really get to some good places, you know. But have we got a feeling Jimmy will return tonight, says Connor. I'm really torn on it. In fact, we'll do a poll on it and we'll see. So will Jimmy return tonight? We'll see what people have got to say. I'm really torn on it, but I think there's a chance that he could. I think there's a chance that he won't. I'm 50-50 on it because he's going to come back. I thought there was a chance at SummerSlam. I also said we don't have to go that way because we always need shocks and surprises and moments, and so you could save it for a SmackDown. Well, here we are. We're at a SmackDown. So do you do it tonight? Do you do it next week? Do you do it in Berlin? You could do it at any of them. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's tonight. We'll see what people think. Connor said apparently Triple H wants WrestleMania to come to London. Yes, he met with the mayor. It was the mayor that actually started it. The mayor said, if you vote for me, I will try and bring the Super Bowl. I don't know that he'll succeed with that. I will try and bring WrestleMania. I will try and bring... There was another one as well, and I can't remember what it was. But all these big sporting events. He wanted to make London like the sporting capital of the world. And I mean, fair play. Fair play, because he's gone out and he's immediately gone and spoke to WWE. So it was the London mayor that instigated it. Triple H on social media got in touch with him saying, let's talk. As soon as he made those comments, there was a retweet from Triple H and he was like, let's talk. And then, boom, a few weeks later, he does get re-elected and he's meeting with WWE. So, yeah, I mean, I would say it's looking about as good as it has looked. I don't think that you make all that noise and put those photos out and let the world know that this is being negotiated if it's not already at a quite advanced stage. I've never felt more confident that London will get WrestleMania than I do right now. I think it's not a done deal, but I think it's there or thereabouts, yeah. Did you see Lashley's comments on Vince and Triple H? Hello, James. I did, yeah. I thought they were respectful. I mean, like, you can sort of read between the lines, can't you? So if I didn't want to burn any bridges, I would probably have worded it the same way. You know, he said, you know, this is going to make me sound bad. I don't mean for it to sound bad, but Vince always saw me as a top guy, and he's always given me little nuggets of, like, you know, help and information, and always kind of trying to find a way of presenting me as being like one of the top guys. And the way he worded it about Triple H was, he could have said, and that's not Triple H, right? Triple H never saw me that way. He could have said it that way, but he didn't. He said something really weird, like, me and Triple H just don't know each other as well, you know? It's kind of like one of those really flowery, roundabout ways of saying Triple H don't see me that way, we don't get on as well. He kind of reworded it in a much more palatable way. I mean, it seems like those in the Hurt Business really have struggled with Triple H. I mean, Shelton Benjamin's not there anymore. MVP's not there. Well, his contract's about to expire. I think Bobby's expires tonight. Cedric's still there, isn't he? But down in NXT. And, yeah, I mean, Hurt Business just decimated. If you think about where they are to where they are now, just decimated. So, I don't know what's happened, to be honest. I mean, I don't actually disagree with Triple H in the sense of a lot of people have moaned about the way the Hurt Business were treated, but I think they were very close to what we were trying to do with the Bloodline. And it was quite clear that Bloodline was number one, right? Bloodline's your priority, and rightfully so. It's Roman, it's Usos, it's Heyman. Look at the money that's been generated. That's your number one, right? I mean, if you're running a business, that's your number one. That's what you get the wagon, you strap it to the Bloodline, and they'll take you wherever you want to go. And I think that was a reason as to why the Hurt Business, like, kind of got wound down, because I think there was maybe a little bit too much similarity. And so, yeah, they just ended up kind of winding that down. And I think that was very frustrating, because I think they had something. I think they were cool. I think they were popular. I just don't think they wanted anything to really kind of feel similar to a Bloodline, or kind of contrast with the Bloodline, or collide with the Bloodline. They really wanted the Bloodline to kind of stand on its own. Judgment Day, very different, aren't they, if you think about it? Judgment Day are not Bloodline-esque at all, but having, like, you know, the Hurt Business with Bobby as the leader, and, you know, MVP kind of playing that Paul Heyman role, and them wearing, like, suits, and, you know, I could kind of see that. So I'm going to give Triple H the benefit of the doubt that that's the reason as to why Hurt Business didn't kind of succeed. And because it was working, it felt like it was doing really well. But I do get that. But then the challenge is, okay, well, can you find something else? And he put Bobby with the Street Profits. And you know what? Maybe that's why that group didn't work, because we wanted a new Hurt Business. And maybe they were thinking, well, no, because we've still got the Bloodline. So they ended the Hurt Business. They decided to start maybe a new Hurt Business. And then for the same reason as to why the first Hurt Business didn't get a push, they decided, oh yeah, we can't do that actually. Because I don't know about you, but that Bobby and Street Profits group always felt to me like the brake was firmly applied. Like, that brake was all, we never left first gear. We were in first gear and the handbrake was on, right? When we could have got into like fourth or fifth gear and took the handbrake off, and we could have got somewhere with that group. I have no doubt whatsoever. I mean, even silly things like the name, the Pride. We never actually knew if that was the name. There was rumors it was the name, and they trademarked the name, and they would sometimes mention the name, but the name of them didn't make it onto the graphics. And like, I don't even know if we got merch. We might have got a shirt towards the end. But like, even that, it wasn't like, boom, here it is, loud and proud, the Pride. Do you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't. And how long did we wait for them to change the Street Profits ring gear? You know, we still had Dawkins looking like a failed globetrotter, you know, kind of wearing that kind of basketball attire, which just is very unflattering for him. And I just don't think looks very good. You know, it took ages to get rid of the red cups and all that stuff. And we wanted them all to wear suits. And they did a little segment where they did that. Then we had B-Fab kind of floating around. Is she in the group? Is she not in the group? Is she in the group? Is she not in the group? I just feel like we could have flown with this group so quick, so much quicker, so much higher. We could have done so much with this group. But it felt like the brake was on. It felt like we were in first gear. And I'm going to blame it on the same reason. I'm going to say that I think it's because of the exact same reason the Hurt Business didn't like do much more when Bloodline came around, is because they didn't want it to clash. And so, but then of course you go, well, why start that group then? But them together that was so good, wasn't it? Bobby and the Street Pro, I was so excited when they put them together. I was so excited, but they just never pulled the trigger. Just never pulled the trigger. And we ended probably the best, maybe only thing we ended up getting was them against Final Testament. And that WrestleMania match turned into a joke, you know. So yeah, it's one of those, very frustrating. I wish Bobby all the best. I don't know kind of what we do with the Street Profits. I mean, I'm guessing they just carry on, but now with B-Fab as like a valet. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what you do with them. I feel like they are in dire need of a refresh. And they have been for a long time. I don't like Dawkins' ring gear. I think Montez, we've all looked at Montez as this big breakout star. And maybe you just do that. The concern would be, though, what do you do with Dawkins? What do you do with Dawkins? I always like the idea of Dawkins and B-Fab being a couple. And then doing Montez and Bianca. And doing Dawkins and B-Fab versus Montez Bianca. I actually did a short, which you can find, I think it was last year, when it was the draft. And I predicted that way before B-Fab got put with Street Profits. I said put B-Fab with the Street Profits. And I'm not saying that's blow my own horn, right? Because I've got plenty wrong in the past. But that's something that's been on my mind for a long time. Going down that road. I think having Dawkins as a heel and having a very attractive girl on his arm, I think would be a good look for him. And I'd be interested to see him as a heel. And then you've got red hot babyface Montez with Bianca, golden couple. They've got their own show, you know. I think that would be very interesting. So I'd probably look at something like that. But yeah, such a shame that didn't work. WrestleLandy said, do we see Paul Heyman tonight? Well, it's a good question. Again, it's going to be a same answer, similar answer. I just don't know when he comes back. I think there's a good chance. I mean, you know, if we hear ladies and gentlemen tonight, it'll be a lovely moment. I don't think it'll be that shocking. It would be a lovely moment. And then out he comes and he's back. So yeah, that would be nice. I would have had him at SummerSlam. I think the return at SummerSlam could have been done a touch better. Touch. Whisper. Right? Not saying it could have been done by loads better because it was an amazing moment. But then Roman coming back was always going to be an amazing moment. I just think had he have had his classic theme that we know and love, and had we have had ladies and gentlemen, you know, I would have definitely done that. So yeah, I don't know any reason as to why he can't be back. I understand he's been away for a bit to sell the injury. You know, I mean, it was pretty bad beatdown, so I get that. I'm not aware of there being any injury issues though, or him needing time off for surgery or anything like this. So who knows? Maybe it'll turn out that he's had, you know, some drama in the family or something like that, which is why he wasn't at SummerSlam and why he's not been around. So you never know what's going on in people's lives. But hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully we get him back soon. Because Heyman being back will be a nice moment. Him with like a smile on his face as he's staring at Solo. That would be good because his tribal chief is back. That would be good. Right, let's go down. Whenever we do get to Heyman Roman reunion, said Brony, it's going to be amazing. I just hope Heyman doesn't turn on Roman because he has never been with face superstars, says Brony. Hidden Network said they have to strengthen their tag division and put more focus on the men and women's tag titles. They need to create more stories and build feuds within that tag division. Spartan Major said people were saying that Roman probably gets triple power bombed by the Bloodline tonight. I don't think we need Heyman at SummerSlam. I do agree that Roman should have come out to his regular theme, says Pooter. I'm glad Heyman didn't introduce Roman. It would have ruined the surprise that Roman is coming. Well, I disagree with that because if you've got Heyman saying ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that pretty much guarantees that he is coming out. So, like, it doesn't ruin the surprise. That is the surprise. If Heyman's there, then Roman's there. So the second you see Heyman, you know that you're getting Roman. Just like the second you heard Roman's theme, you knew Roman was walking out. So does it matter if the theme hits or if Heyman talks? It's the same thing to me. If Roman's theme hits or if Paul Heyman talks, it's all leading to the exact same thing, and that's Roman Reigns walking out through the entranceway. So I disagree with that. But for me, I think that him bringing Roman back would have been a good visual, because last time we saw Heyman, he was getting put through a commentary table and he was getting absolutely destroyed. And I think for him to, it tells a little story. He went off, he got Roman, he brought Roman back, ladies and gentlemen, and then boom, here he is walking through the entranceway. So for me, that's why I would have had him involved. And I think that it would have been nice to have seen him at SummerSlam. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't matter. You know, some people would have had it, some people wouldn't have had it, but I definitely would. And as I said, I would have changed that theme as well. And I've said before, I would have changed Head of the Table, because I think Head of the Table is old. I think that Head of the Table is a little arrogant. I think that Head of the Table kind of means that he's sitting at the head of the family table, really ahead of the Usos, which if he's now got to go and try and win them back, Head of the Table doesn't fit for me. Like, I just think that's a little out of place. That's a little heelish, Head of the Table. I think the vibe that he should be going with now is a lot more togetherness, unity, family, you know, brotherhoods, blood, that kind of thing, you know, rather than I'm head of the table. You sit there because I sit here. That's not the Roman that I think we should have been bringing back. So Head of the Table seems out of date to me. Definitely would have changed that. And you know, I'm going to say as well, OTC, I'm under the impression this is original Tribal Chief because of two things. One, WrestleVotes reported that original Tribal Chief was a creative that they were working with. Like, original Tribal Chief was going to be the argument that he was going to have with Solo, you know, that who was tribal chief. Roman's the original tribal chief. And I remember that being mentioned, which is why when I saw OTC, my brain went original tribal chief, right? The other thing as well is that if you look on WWE Shop, it does say in the description, Roman original tribal chief. Nowhere does it categorically say that OTC does stand for that. But for those two reasons, that's why I'm under the impression that it does. But it doesn't mean I like it. I don't really like it because original suggests first. And I think a lot of us like the idea of the whole history of the tribal chief thing. You know, tribal chief should go all the way back, shouldn't it? It shouldn't be that Roman was the first tribal chief. It should be that it goes all the way back through the family. And it should be that The Rock at some point was tribal chief. And it should be that, you know, the High Chief Peter Maivia at some point was tribal chief. And maybe Rikishi at one point. And Yokozuna definitely at one point. Like, the idea that Roman is the original and that's where it started, that doesn't seem quite right to me. So that also seems a little strange. I don't know if we'll get that explained tonight. I would imagine we probably will. They've got to tell us categorically what OTC stands for, but my understanding is it is original tribal chief. But I don't mind if they went with only. A lot of people have said only. I wouldn't mind that. You know, he's the only tribal chief. But that's just something else which I'm kind of looking at going, not too sure. Don't know. Have to see where they go with it. We'll have to see what the promo's like. He might be able to explain it and it might make a lot of sense. But I was just under the impression this whole tribal chief thing, it seems to be steeped in tradition. If Roman is the original, which suggests to me first, then how do they know about all the tribal combat rules? Like, how do they know about all the tradition and all the Ula Fala and if Roman was the first? Surely it goes back before Roman. So, yeah, there's a couple of bits about his return that I was a bit like, not sure. But we'll see. We'll see what they come up with tonight. KB29 said, Daze, hope you're well. Let's go Smackdown. Let's go Smackdown. Yes, KB29. Should be a good show. Matches look okay. But it is all about the person we're talking about, and that is Roman Reigns. So, will Jimmy Uso return tonight? 62% say yes, 38% say no. Right. Justin said, I'm pretty sure that Roman pointed to his shirt and said original tribal chief as SummerSlam went off the air. Okay, I didn't notice that, but that's interesting. Thanisan said, I want Roman to come out and acknowledge Solo. Not sure about that. Not sure that's happening. Big Time said, do you remember when Triple H was assembling the Pride, Imperium, Brawling Brutes, OC, Final Testament, LWO, Bloodline, Judgment Day, Faction, Warfare, but just no desire to build them up? Yeah, I mean, some of that, though, I don't know if it was on purpose or, like, I don't know that he ever had planned a big faction warfare. Some of it is, to be honest, I just think you've got a lot of wrestlers which would struggle on their own. You know, maybe what he should have done in retrospect is not put people like Del Toro and Wilds. You know, you look at Del Toro and Wilds and I don't know, have you got anything there that's going to really set the world on fire? You know, they are probably a couple of guys that fit best into a faction. Angel and Berto, you know, are those two guys that are going to set the world on fire as a tag team, or again, do you put a leader with them and they sit in a faction? Look at Ludwig and Giovanni. Again, do you know, are they guys that are going to set the world on fire? Are people buying tickets to go and see them wrestle, or do you put them as stooges for Gunther? Some of this, you know, might not have been so much about building factions. It might have been more about building leaders and really using people to kind of elevate the leaders. So, you know, Giovanni and Ludwig can bump so that Gunther doesn't have to. And Del Toro and Wild can bump so that Santos is protected. And, like, it's the leader of those factions that gets elevated. And it could have been about that more so than, oh, we're going to do this big faction war, right? I don't know. And some of those talents, as well, as we said, you could maybe look at it and go, well, should you have not done that? And should you have actually tried to just put them straight as tag teams into the tag division? But then, could you have got enough TV time to have got them all onto TV? You know, if you do faction and faction, you're getting a lot of people onto TV at the same time. Whereas if you've just got 2 people against 2 people in a tag match, you're not getting as many people onto TV unless the rest are just kind of standing on the outside, not doing much. So I don't know. It's a bit more complicated, I think it's a bit more complicated than he tried to build factions and then didn't do anything with them. I'm not sure that's true, because I don't know that faction wars is the way that he was looking to go. It might have been, let's go this way because I can use them to build up the leaders. I can get more people on screen at the same time, and, you know, we'll kind of see where we end up. But where we ended up, unfortunately, was somewhere not very satisfying. I would say if he was going to do that, he probably needed to commit to a bit more than he did. I do agree with that. But equally, the reason for getting into it might not be because he wanted a faction warfare in the first place. So, I don't know. It's a real tricky one, that, because I think if you do go with the whole faction warfare thing, which some people would enjoy, I think you really do. It dominates everything. It would dominate everything. You know, these faction warfares would be big pieces, you know. There would be big feuds. You'd probably end up having, like, singles matches. You wouldn't just constantly do, like, 6-man tags. So you'd probably have this person versus this person, and you'd have this tag team against that tag team. And if you look at New Japan, it dominates New Japan. Their faction warfare is, I mean, it just dominates their booking. And I don't think Triple H ever wanted to get to that. So I think we did some with Legado and LWO, but I mean, even that wasn't very satisfying, was it? I don't know. I can't remember too many people singing the praises of that one. Final Testament haven't really been booked very well. And Imperium, we ended up getting rid of Giovanni. I don't know. It's just not been brilliant, has it? Around that kind of mid-card point. So I would say for Triple H, the top end has been pretty good. I mean, maybe there's been criticism for Cody, but I think the Bloodline and Roman and Cody trying to finish his story, I think all of that was excellent. Seth with the title was criticized for a bit. I think when he ended up dropping the title at WrestleMania due to the cash-in, people were a bit surprised. I was surprised. Damian got criticized a little bit. But now it's on Gunther. I think people are quite excited. So, I don't know. Maybe the Raw side of the top end of the card has been a little bit not sure. But if you look at the women's sides with Liv and Rhea, that's been very well received. But then if you look on the SmackDown side with Bayley, people have been critical. So actually, in reflection, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. I just think that Cody finishing the story and the Bloodline and the Rock and all of that, that's been a massive success. The big things that he's needed to get right, he's got right. Yeah, the big things. And then I would say other little bits have been a bit hit and miss. And that kind of mid-card with all those factions, and now those factions sort of falling apart, all of that has been a little bit sketchy, to be honest. So, yeah, I mean, we know that SmackDown has struggled in recent weeks. We know that Raw has been excellent, though. And honestly, where we are right now, I really think, we're less than 4 months away from the end of the year. I think that we might end up just drifting a little now. I am a little bit worried about the rest of the year because WrestleMania's done and SummerSlam is done, and there's not really any massive shows coming up. I mean, Bash in Berlin won't be massive, because, it's in Germany. It'll be a different show. It'll be, I would imagine, similar to Clash in Scotland or Backlash in France. It'll be quirky. It'll have passionate crowds. It'll have a decent card, but it ain't SummerSlam and it ain't WrestleMania. And I don't think Bad Blood is going to be much different, right? It might have something juicy because of it being Bad Bloods, and, you know, it might have something a bit juicy. Rumors are Drew Punk cage match. So, I mean, that should be fun. But again, it ain't going to be SummerSlam with the rest of the card, right? Survivor Series just ain't all that really these days. I mean, we did get Punk back last year, but outside of Punk coming back and Randy coming back, it was fine. It was good. But was it WrestleMania? Was it SummerSlam? I don't think so. It probably was last year because of Punk's return, but we can't do that again, can we? So, I don't know. I'm just looking at the rest of the year a little bit. Don't know. I really feel like we'll do something big for SmackDown move into USA. I think there'll be some nice moments, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's going to be a disaster. WWE's cooking, and I think we'll keep cooking. But Triple H has commented, I think it was at the press conference after SummerSlam, Triple H commented that after SummerSlam ended, that was the end of one era, right? This kind of first era, if you will, of his getting, settled in. Him getting his feet under the table, understanding everything, him taking over from Vince, that ended at SummerSlam. That's done now. The honeymoon period, the honeymoon era is done. The next era starts in January. His words. So the next era is January. That is Netflix. We all know how big the Netflix move is. The Netflix move is monstrous. Honestly, I mean, you could go to sleep now, wake up in January. I think you'll be all right. You'll miss some stuff, but it's really January is going to be just monstrous. And we know that 2025 is going to be Cena's retirement year as well. That's where Cena's going to be wrapping it all up, isn't it? So I think I'm just a little worried about what the rest of the year is going to look like and what we're going to be getting, and if we're going to eat quite as good as we have been. I hope we will. And with Roman being back, it would suggest that we should. And I think Survivor Series, could give us Bloodline. But if we don't build up the Solo Bloodline, if we don't make them feel like a legitimate threat, even Bloodline could underwhelm. I mean, really, outside of Jacob, there's not really much of an issue, is there really? I mean, I would expect, and I think you would as well, Roman to beat Solo in a match. And I think we would expect the Usos to beat Gorillas of Destiny, right, in a match. Really, it just comes down to if it was Sammy versus Jacob, I think Jacob wins. So if we go person for person, if it is Roman, Sammy, Usos against Solo, Jacob, Gorillas of Destiny, I think it's 3-1 to the original Bloodline, the OG Bloodline. I think it's 3-1. They're going to have to work hard to make me believe that the original Bloodline are going to lose and they're going to get battered, So I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll go about achieving that. Because we're going to have to put Roman and his group in danger. We're going to have to put them in some peril. They're going to have their backs up against the wall. They're going to have to dig deep. How we do that, though, I'm not sure. I mean, we could find ways and come up with ways, but, that's a different conversation for a different time. What we're going to actually end up doing, I'm not sure. But that's a big focus, I think, is there's going to be a lot of excitement of Roman and emotional moments of him getting Jay back, Jay and Jimmy reuniting, him getting Sammy, and getting the band back together. They're going to be awesome segments. A lot of fun in those. Really looking forward to those. But we're also going to have to make this new Bloodline feel dangerous. You have got Hikuleo who can come in, but I don't know how good Hikuleo is. I don't know. I can't sit here and tell you how good he is. I genuinely don't know. I know he's big. 6'8", something like that. I mean, he's tall. So, I mean, he'll be imposing. But Great Khali was imposing and he was awful. So, I don't know kind of how good he's going to be in the ring. I don't know that he's another Jacob. Let's put it that way. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they come up with, see what they cook. But, yeah, January, huge Netflix move. That's what a lot of people are focused on. Justin said, only one original tribal chief. OOOTC. Should have had that on his shirt. Caleb said, we must acknowledge our one and only tribal chief, Roman Reigns. Caleb, shout out to you. Liam said, Daze, amazing content as always. Much love, Liam. Shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. LS Dub said, I think we're in for a good final stretch. Seeing the next steps of Rhea's feud with Liv is enticing. Drew versus Punk in Hell in a Cell could be fantastic. Gunther, World Heavyweight Champ, I'm going to be optimistic. Hikaleo is all right, but he should probably go to NXT first, said LS Dub. Lee said, Undertaker wants one more match. No, he doesn't. That's it. Not. Oh, God, that flipping interview with Logan. If you watched it, he was talking about the past, and Logan completely got confused and then put out a clickbait title. And so it got spread around everywhere that Undertaker wants one more match, but he was talking about the past because Logan said, and I did explain this in Unseen, Logan said, I thought it was a bit wrong for Rolling Stone and for other people to be criticizing you towards the end of your career. You know, and Undertaker said, well, I didn't see Rolling Stone say that, but there is no bigger critic than me. You know, I was looking for one more match. And Logan said, I knew it. I knew you was looking for one more match because you're always backstage. And Undertaker didn't correct him on that. He just carried on saying what he was saying about how, you know, towards the end of his career, he was looking for one more match. Because he was looking for that one great final match to kind of go out with. And, you know, then spoke about the Boneyard match and all of that. And I think Logan understood then, right? Because then he said, so do you think that you got it then? And Undertaker said, well, I know that I rode my body as hard as I can. My body will always want one more, but I know that it's done. And I know that it's like, you know, I've given everything I can give. So that's what he said. And what actually got put out by Logan Paul and the clickbait monkeys that work for him is Undertaker wants one more match, which is just not, that's just not what was said. So, yeah, I mean, tip for you, if we're dealing with someone like Logan Paul, I would say watch the clip, because if you go off the flipping title, you know, there's a good chance it's not going to be based in reality. Just like a lot of Logan's content doesn't seem to be based in reality. Anna said, wow, Logan made a clickbait issue. I know, yeah, shock, innit? Shock. Ellis Stubb said, Logan should be released from WWE. Normally, I wouldn't wish for any wrestler to lose their job, but this guy isn't a wrestler, and it isn't his job, and he can go. Do you know, he's in so... it's really difficult, you know, because, like... I like to talk about the fun stuff in Unseen. I mean, I really do. I love all the little memes and the jokes and all that kind of stuff. But the other day, there was a lot of stuff that was like happening around Logan. I mean, I think he's being sued now for 60-odd million, right? 60-odd million. Like Prime is being sued by the people that bottle Prime, because apparently... And this wasn't even in Unseen, but apparently they placed this massive order because you remember when Prime was like so popular, they couldn't keep up with the demand. So they went to the people that bottle Prime and they were like, listen, we're going to place this order and we'll place another one next year, right? And it was so big, they had to like build a new factory, get new machines, all this load, right? So there was this massive expense that this bottling company had to put in, right? But it was worth it because they were going to get loads from these orders. And then Prime stopped being as red hot as it was. And then, of course, Prime didn't place the orders they said they were going to place. So now this bottling company's gone, okay, well, we still want that money. So you owe us 60 million. So Prime's now being sued for 60 million, on top of the fact that it's being investigated by the federal government, right? Because of the caffeine levels that are in it. So it's being investigated on that level. Add in the fact that you had the whole CoffeeZilla thing, which I spoke about, right? So CoffeeZilla, as you know, YouTuber that does investigations, he looked into the whole crypto zoo scam of Logan and chased Logan for refunds. And I mean, that's the biggest thing that has gone wrong, I would say, since the suicide forest for Logan. That whole crypto zoo thing is just an absolute, it's unbelievable. I mean, he basically said he had a game, and the game was like, you know, you bought these NFTs, and I don't know how that helped you in the game, but it had some sort of connection to the game. And he got all these people that watch him to buy all these tokens. And then apparently the game, like, you know, they got their tokens ready, and apparently the game never arrived. And so you've got a load of people that have spent money on these tokens, but there is no game to actually use the tokens with. And these tokens are meaningless. They're nothing. They're not worth anything. But they've spent real money on it. And so, you know, it's just an absolute debacle. It's just a mess. And so this has been going on for a while now, you know, and people have been going, where's the refunds, Logan? Where's the refunds? And he's been dragging his feet on it, and there's been radio silence. He keeps saying that it's all in the courts, but it's been ages, and there's been no updates. So CoffeeZilla chased him on it, and now CoffeeZilla's getting sued. He's suing CoffeeZilla. So Logan is suing CoffeeZilla, the guy that was chasing Logan, to get the money for these people in this whole crypto zoo thing. So you've got that, you've got the Prime debacle, you've got... I mean, the Undertaker clickbait was nothing compared to what he's going through, but that annoyed me. Because the thing is, when something like that happens, I get people on streams and I get people on social media going, who do you think Undertaker's last match is going to be? And it's like, that's not what he said. This isn't what's happening. But that is what was put out by Impulsive, and that is what Logan tweeted out. So oh my God, he is not a good person in this space. The negatives vastly outweigh the positives having him around in this space. You know, I mean, like, he's someone which can do some really impressive stuff. Like, you know, his matches are good, but his matches aren't so good that it's, like, worth bearing with him, you know? The ratings for WWE have not been positively impacted by having him around. I mean, he gets booed out the building. I don't know that he's brought anyone in. The ratings for shows that he is on is no different than the rating for shows that he is not on. So definitely he's provided a social media boost. No doubt about that. But WWE are not hurting on that front. They've just had Roman come back, and that got 100 million social media views. They just had the whole Liv and Rhea thing, and that got, like, I don't know, 80 million views on social media. The Rock came back earlier in the year. I think that was like 120 million social views. Like, they don't need him. He's a bonus ball that's just not needed. So I don't know. It's you know, I'm gonna say something a bit controversial. I don't think he intends to be a douche. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he intends to do it. I think he and his brother are just so blinded by making money that they're in a way like whirlwinds. It's all about deals. It's all about making. I don't think they necessarily want to hurt people and put people out of pocket. I don't think they set out to scam their fans, right? I don't think crypto's it, because it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth all the hassle. Even if you are an evil person like that, it's just not worth it. It's not worth all the stuff that's going to come back from it. If you've already got millions and millions, borderline billions, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth the whole aggro that's going to go with it. So I struggle to believe that he is trying to find new ways of scamming people. I just don't believe that. But I think someone came to him with an opportunity, and they were like, look, you know, this would be good for your fans. This could grow into quite a big business. If it takes off and people engage with it like they've done with Prime, this could grow into something big. And I think he's gone, yeah. Let's go for that. let's do that. So he's gone in with it. He's told his audience about it, and it's all fallen apart. And now he's the one that's like left holding the pieces. I mean, look, he needs to work harder at paying people back, right? I don't have no sympathy for him, but I think that he probably gets involved in so much stuff, and there's so much stuff which is speculative, you know? I mean, it's like he's got involved with Prime. Prime wasn't his idea. He didn't create Prime. Prime's created by a couple of business guys. It's their business. And what they do is they go to influencers, and they went to Logan and KSI. And they were like, we want you guys to be the driving force for the marketing. And so it was all marketed as being, and I think they do have shares in it now. I do think they own, like, I think Logan's got 25%. I think KSI's got 25%. But they didn't create it. They didn't, like, sit down in the middle of the night going, oh, I think we've got this great idea for a drink. Like, the drink already existed. So I just kind of feel like someone's come to them with a business opportunity. And they've gone, okay, yeah, sounds good. I like the product. Let's go. And now Prime's like been found to have loads of caffeine, more than kids should be having. The whole bottling situation. You got the federal government looking into it. Do you know what I mean? Like, part of me does feel a bit sorry for him, because I think all of that, I don't think he sets out to scam people. I just think that if you're in that position where you are that influential, you're always going to have these big companies coming to you. And I think he has these companies coming to him. I think he puts his name to stuff. I think some of it ends up backfiring. And really then you should judge him by how quickly he gets the issues resolved. And in regards to cryptos, he hasn't, has he? He hasn't got it resolved very quickly. It's still not resolved. It's been ages. So I find him very frustrating. And honestly, on my recommended, I don't know if it's because I've watched like CoffeeZilla or whatever, but all I keep seeing at the moment is just like, it's over for Logan. Apparently, it's over for Mr. Beast. I get recommended a lot of those videos, and I don't know why, because I haven't watched anything to do with Mr. Beast. I think it's because if you watch It's Over for Logan, you get recommended It's Over for Mr. Beast as well. Whether it's over for Logan, I very much doubt. I think it's one of those, you know, YouTube storm in a teacup things. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely got a lot of drama going on at the moment. You could understand if WWE just wanted a bit of distance from him for a little bit. I would understand that. There does seem to be a lot of smoke at the moment. Does seem to be a lot going on in his world. So, but I don't think that's why he lost the United States title. I have seen that theory. I always think he was losing it to LA Knight. I was surprised he didn't lose it at WrestleMania. And I just think they went with SummerSlam instead. So I don't think that was anything. But yeah, not great, is it? Not great. Right, let's go down. I did see a couple of... Here we go. JP Vilt said, the quintuple Canadian destroyer any day now. Yep, any day now, mate. It's coming. Anna, shout out to you, says, surely negative publicity from Logan outweighs any revenue that he brings. How long before WWE cut and run to swerve away from any problematic association? I think Logan's got this ability to weather controversies for a bit. I mean, I don't know if it's because he's had controversies in the past that he's survived. You know, the Suicide Forest thing would have took most people down. What he did would have ended most careers. And actually, even Logan says if it wasn't for that boxing match with KSI, he might not have pulled through that period, right? In the sense of, not he would have done anything, but like, it probably would be over for him, yeah? There's loads of people that have come and gone in this space. This is a very fickle space, right? So there's loads of influencers that have come and gone. I mean, look at the downfall of Boogie, whatever his name is, 91210. You know, he is, it's the way, there's a, you know, you could argue there's a shelf life when it comes to being an influencer of that size. And the Suicide Forest should have been the end of Logan, right? Should have done his career in. But because of the KSI fight, he survived that. And I think now you know, he's had a few dubs in the sense of Prime was a massive success for him. His boxing career, even though it's not had many fights, he redeemed himself with the KSI fights, and then he went on to fight Floyd Mayweather, right? That was a massive, him against Floyd, I mean, that was massive, right? The fight might have been a bit of a sham, whatever, but that was massive. And I think, like, his podcast has done very well. The Impulsive podcast, I think that's been a great success for him as well. Jake tried a podcast. I don't know if it still goes, but Jake just couldn't get his, like, anywhere near as successful as what Logan got his. Jake's got a drink as well, which he backs, which, again, nowhere near as successful as Prime. Jake's been more successful in boxing, of course, but Logan's been a lot more successful when it's come to these other ventures, right? And then he goes into WWE and kills it, you know? I mean, even people that were like, oh, I can't stand him, but even I've got to admit his matches have been really good, you know? So I think he's in this situation where this Crypto Zoo thing, this controversy, has been playing out for quite a while, and you keep getting these moments where, say, CoffeeZilla will do a video, or there'll be like some development, and so you'll get this spike in interest, but the rest of the time it sort of just bobs along, really. And even with Prime, you know, it, like, you get these like lawsuits, whatever, but I don't know, like, you spike in interest and something else comes along that takes it, you know. Mr. Beast has like a drama, or there'll be, you know, the boogie drama, or something will grab your attention. You know, whatever is news today is not news tomorrow anymore. This is a fast moving world that we live in these days. You can be public enemy #1 by Monday, and you can be, you know, friend of the world by Friday. So I don't know, it's fickle. Everything's so fickle these days. And I think that with Logan, he is in a situation where it's just a bit moody for him at the moment, and there is definitely storm clouds that are above him and are, you know, growing, if you will. But I don't see this as being the storm that's going to take him down yet. Whether it develops into that, I mean, look, if the federal government finds that Prime did overstep the mark, and then all of a sudden it's on all the news that Prime, you know, was over caffeinating children and all this kind of stuff, and was not doing its best to make sure that it wasn't getting to the hands of kids, and it was being advertised at kids, and he's found guilty of that. Or wouldn't be him, it'd be Prime that would be found guilty of it, not him per se. And then, you know, we don't know what's going to come of, like, the whole Crypto Zoo thing. And yeah, I mean, like, the future looks a bit ropey. WWE are not going to want to be around it when the ship goes down, if it goes that far. But like most things, these kind of situations, these cases, you don't know how they're going to play out. You don't know when the results are going to come in, and all the while, like, he's still popular, and he's still getting views, isn't he? And he's still getting engagement. And I mean, I haven't seen the chat for a moment, but I'm sure there'll be people that are defending him and standing up for him. And to be honest, I don't have a dog in the fight. I really don't. I know that it might sound like I'm super, super down on Logan, but all I'm telling you is the stuff that I've read, the stuff that I've seen. I thought the Undertaker clickbait was annoying, right? That annoyed me. And I saw the video on CoffeeZilla and how CoffeeZilla was being, and I thought that was moody. He sued CoffeeZilla, and on the same day, he put out a fake lawsuit to LA Knight. I thought that was really dirty. Because the reason you do that, right, is so that if anyone searches for Logan lawsuit on Twitter, it'll bring up his tweet where he's suing LA Knight. So if you've heard about Logan and a lawsuit, or Logan and a legal situation, you could search on X, and what will come back will be this fake, phony lawsuit where he's suing LA Knight for damaging his truck. And you go, oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay, fine. Not the real story is that he is actually really suing CoffeeZilla, who exposed him, who came out and chased him up for all the refund stuff and all of that. But that is buried underneath this this smoke screen, this fake lawsuit that he put out on the exact same day. The exact same day. Which you just look at and you go, that is... you could actually argue he's using wrestling and wrestling storylines and WWE to cover up and cover over some very real life situations, which it's just dirty, isn't it? It's just dirty. I just don't like it. I just think he's got. I don't think he's a bad person. I just think he's got. I just think he's in that position where he's a young man. I mean, he's still only, what, 29? I mean, he's a young guy. He's in his 20s. He's got more money than we'll ever have. Certainly me. And he's getting opportunities that we will never get. He's getting businesses thrown at him left, right, and investment opportunities thrown at him. And I don't know, you have to look at the people that are advising him. You have to look at those people that are around him. And they want, listen, the people that are with him, they want their cut. Yeah, they want their cut. They want their money. So do you think they're going to advise him wisely to maybe not go into some of these more riskier situations? Or do you think they're going to push him into the riskier situations? Because if he goes down, he goes down. But if it succeeds, they get a cut of it, don't they? So again, who's advising him? So I do feel a bit sorry for him. To be honest. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't know how long WWE tolerate it, but then I don't know how long this kind of thing just plays out, really. I mean, how long's a piece of string? When does it all catch it? When does it get to the point where the noise is just too loud? Because I don't think it's got there. A lot of people might not even know the CoffeeZilla situation. Some people might not even know about the CryptoZoo situation. They might not even know about the CoffeeZilla thing or any of that. So, yeah. Logan is an easy mark for a scam artist to hit big, says Thomas. You could honestly, you could be right. Could be right. It could be that people look at him and they're like, well, he's got money, he's got influence. I mean, think about that. Think of how many emails he must receive. Someone with his reach, his power of investment, like he's got serious money to invest in projects. So the amount of people that must come to him with opportunities. Hey, Logan, I've got this massive opportunity. This is going to blow up. I mean, it must be unfathomable, the amount of people that come to Logan asking for handouts, asking for money, asking for investment. And, you know, you've really got to do your due diligence to know which of these projects are worth getting involved with and which aren't. For example, he got involved in Prime, and I would say by and large that has been, that has transformed his life, getting involved in Prime. Now, granted, it might be a bit wobbly now, but he may have made his money. And I don't know that he'll ever be personally held responsible for anything. Prime, the business, might get affected, which would affect his stock and his holding. But if he can get some of his shares out before that stock is hit, which I don't even know if it's on the stock market, to be honest. So, you know, the technicalities of what he would need to do to get his money out before Prime takes like a major hit. Whatever, but like, I don't know, sell his share, do whatever he needs to do, yeah. But like, he might have made his money. He might have made hundreds and hundreds of millions already. So even if it's about to hit an iceberg, ain't gonna matter. It ain't gonna matter, you know. So I mean, Prime, I think you've got to look at that and say that was a great success. But the CryptoZoo couldn't have been more different. That, as I said, I think has been his biggest disaster since the Suicide Forest. So he's he's definitely got quite a bit on his plate at the moment. I know that much. 2 count, shout out to you, my friend. I can't see the rest of your name though, because it doesn't, it cuts it off. It just says the 2 count, and it says WR, so it's got to be wrestling, isn't it? I can't imagine it being anything else. So the 2 count wrestling podcast. I've chucked that on. Shout out to you. Said Daze, huge fan, many years. You've given me and my best mate the inspiration to start our own channel. Is your channel called the 2 Count Wrestling YouTube channel? Is that what it's called? Because I can see the 2 Count WRE, so, you know. Okay, and we are offering reactions and some wrestling content. A shout out would be out of this world. Well, I can't shout you out, can I? Because I don't know what you're called. What are you called? Put a comment in and I'll try and keep an eye out, and then I'll try and shout you out. But like, I've got the 2 Count Res. That's as much as I've got. But yeah, no, shout out to you. I hope it all works out. What I would say is don't get disheartened. And I would say this to everybody. Don't get disheartened. It is very crowded in the wrestling space. It is very difficult in the wrestling space. I think you have to do it first and foremost because you love it. I don't think you can go into it thinking, oh, it's going to be a big success. It's going to make loads of money, or this kind of stuff, because there is so many big players in this space. I feel like wrestling was one of the first communities that really got going, you know? I mean, I don't know like what the Marvel content was like. I don't know what the Star Wars content was like. I don't know what Barbie content was like. But I feel like wrestling has had YouTubers and a presence right from the very beginning. I mean, Wrestle Talk, for example, they were a TV channel. So they were a show on a TV channel. I don't think, was it Bravo or something? So like they've come from TV, moved over. They've now got a YouTube channel, of course. They've been here since the beginning, you know, and you look at like What Culture and how big they've been. I mean, I think they've been around since like 2015. So I don't think they've been around as long. But I mean, you know, out of that came all of the Cultaholic people. And then, of course, they broke away and formed Cultaholic. So now you've got Cultaholic, you got What Culture Wrestling, you got Wrestle Talk. There's loads in there. So it's there's so many that it's a very crowded space. So really, you've got to get into it and do it because you love it first and foremost. And then I would say after that, you need to try and find a way of standing out. Try and find a way of offering something that's not already being offered, if you can. Or offer something that's being offered and try and do it a little bit better. So either of those. But yeah, it's not easy, but that's why I wish you all the best. So shout out to you with your wrestling content and your reaction videos. I hope you have fun. That's what I'm going to say. I hope you have fun. So the 2 Count Wrestling show on YouTube, I would imagine. So shout out to you guys. I wish you all the very best. Cheers. We love it. We are very much having fun, but we do love watching this content too, such as yours, says 2 Count Wrestling. That's nice. I appreciate that. I love hearing about people starting out in this space because I think that there is still much room for growth. I think that there is, you know, there's so much stuff that can be done with wrestling. It's just really finding the content that you want to do. Like, for example, I have learned over recent years I'm no good at making content that is like really heavy editing. I just get too bored. I'm not very good at sitting there, and I can do it. I mean, I can do it. There are things on the channel that have been edited, and there are videos that I've sat down and like tried to put scripts together and do, but that's not the content I enjoy, and it's just boring to me. I'd much rather sit and talk to you guys in these streams, and then talk to you in like the opinion videos. Or, you know, if I do a toy hunt, I don't mind toy hunts because I go out, I film it, get back, do the voiceover. That doesn't take loads of work. That doesn't take, do you know what I mean? There's not like tons. I could do a toy hunt in a day, film it, get back, voiceover, do all the stuff I need to do, get it out there. I can do that. That's easy. That's fine. I've done enough of them. But actually, like, sitting down and doing, like, I don't know. I'd love to do a video, like, just talking about Bray and, like, where he started and looking at Husky Harris and looking at, like, the promos and all that kind of stuff. It's just one of those where you're like, oh my God, I don't even know how long that would take. That'd probably take about 2 weeks just worth of research, wouldn't it? Just going back, watching all the old promos, making notes, getting a script together, getting screenshots, then editing it and doing the voiceover and get the screenshots moving and some nice graphics. And you ain't doing that in an evening, I can tell you. So, and honestly, I'm just someone that lacks patience, really. I need to get it done now. I think this is why live is just so much better for me. Because I can just sit here and talk and we can chuck theories around, thoughts around. Yeah, I could see that happening. I'm not sure about that because of this. Yes, so I like that. It does feel like it's going that way, like that. Oh, that's so much more comfortable for me. This is much more comfortable. So that's why I'm saying, I mean, there's just so much opportunity, because if I feel that way, I've got to think there's others that feel. There'll be people out there that feel the opposite. There'll be people out there that are really good at the editing stuff, but you put them in front of a camera and ask them to speak live. Nah, I don't fancy doing that. Do you know, I remember Tommy actually said that to me. Tommy, when I spoke to Tommy, I was like, do you want to do a podcast on a Tuesday? We'll be live. And he was like, oh, I'm not sure about live. I did some live streams on my channel and I just didn't really like them. And I was like, well, I'll be there. It'll be all right. And I think the first episodes we did on the Wrestling Escape pod might have been taped. And it was because Tommy was like, not sure. Because he'd done them before. And unfortunately, I think he'd had a bit of grief because that's the way it goes, isn't it? If you, we probably get grief on here, but to be honest, the mods do a great job. And also, because there's just such a great supportive community, I think if there is any grief, it's probably just hidden. I don't really see it. So, you know, it's one of those where if you are starting out live and you haven't built a community and you don't have regulars and everything, the grief that you get is probably going to be more visible at the start. So, you know, it's one of those where he was kind of starting out on that and it was a bit rocky. But yeah, there's loads of opportunity. Loads of stuff. I mean, like, is there a YouTube channel that just focuses on 90s and just talks about the 90s? And like, because there are Twitter accounts that do that. But I don't know that there's a YouTube channel that does that. That could just talk about 90s wrestlers. Is there a YouTube channel that just talks about the Attitude Era or just talks about the 2000s? You know, I don't know. Is there one that just talks about WCW? I would imagine so, but actually I don't know that I've actually seen one. That do, like, each Tuesday they look at a different wrestler from the history of WCW and they do old retro watch-alongs and they review the shows. And they tell you stories you might not have heard about. I mean, you see what I mean? There's so much scope for growth still. That I don't feel like this space is like too crowded. I think where it is too crowded is where there's a lot of people doing a lot of the same things. That's where it can be a bit too crowded. But opportunity with other stuff is still plentiful. Lovely. Right, where are we? We've got 55 minutes. Hadus said, do we think that the Tongans are sabotaging themselves with their botches? Well, I don't think Tama Tonga has been, to be honest, but I think he's been okay. I think it's Tonga Loa that's been the problem. And the issue with Tonga Loa is that he was a problem before he even came to WWE, because I had people sending me videos of him botching in New Japan saying, I don't think WWE know what they've just signed, because I remember Guerrillas of Destiny watching them around 2017, 2018 and loving them. And it seems like there's been a very quick decline in Tonga Loa, and it seems like he's built up a bit of a reputation for botching, and already he's botched about 3 or 4 times since coming into WWE. Obviously the most famous would be the low blow that he missed, right, and had to do it again. There was one the other day where he tried to drive Cody back into the corner, ended up going against the ropes, right? So all he had to do was drive him back to the corner, and somehow they ended up going over to the side, and he didn't drive him to the corner. There was another one where, I think, was it when he first appeared, his very first thing was he appeared from under the ring, and he was meant to grab the leg of the referee, and he was late, and the ref had to, it featured in Unseen, the ref had to start to, the ref had to start pulling himself out of the ring. Like, he had to go 1, 2, and then he had to start, like, kind of sliding himself out just as Tonga Loa sort of got there. You could tell that Tonga Loa was not pulling the referee, was not interacting with the referee. The ref was having to do the work himself. But even that had Tonga Loa just slightly off. You know, I mean, he's just not at the races, is he? His timing is just not there. I don't know what's happened. I don't know how he's managed to become like the botchosaurus that he has become. But I think he is a concern, which is why I think they've been using Tama and Jacob. And it's why I think you see a lot of Tonga Loa really not doing much. He's just there. He's a presence. But I think there probably are concerns about him. So, I don't know. I mean, honestly, we could bring in Hikuleo, put him on the new bloodline side, and we might see Tonga Loa just being a lot more of a presence rather than actually being an active wrestler. Do I think it's hurting them? Yeah, I do. I do think it's hurting them. I think it's hurting their perception amongst internet fans. I don't know that it's hurting them amongst casuals. I don't know what casuals think. But I think amongst those of us that engage with Twitter and, you know, kind of see some of the memes and all that stuff, I mean, they have become a bit, or he has become a bit of a laughingstock. He's got a reputation already. So, yeah, I do think that's hurt a little. But you've got to remember that the internet community is very small. We see this a lot where, like, the IWC, the internet wrestling community, think they are the bee's knees and that they are the be-all and the end-all. But the vast majority of people that watch WWE are just casual fans. That, you know, their kids watch it, and so they go along with their kids, you know, and their kids just love everything. You know, so it's like, for us, we talk about these things, but a lot of people don't, you know. I said before, when I was a kid, I never saw a botch. Never saw one. I couldn't believe it. When I was older and I saw them, I was like, oh, God, we never used to have these. And then, of course, you go back and they happened all the time. All the time. They happened all the time. And you went, oh, yeah. It never, when you felt like you was watching a real fight, if someone stumbled or a move was not as crisp as it should have been, when I was young, at no point did I go, botch. You just felt like you was watching something real. You just felt like you was watching something that, well, yeah, this is how a fight goes. It's if you're going to have a fight, it's not all going to be perfect and crisp and you're going to land it 100% every time. It's going to be a bit rough around the edges. Plus, you got to remember, back in those days, it was just quite rough around the edges anyway. You know, I mean, like, it was all just, like, big men colliding into each other most of the time in WWE. You know, we weren't getting all these beautiful, intricate moves. It was big clotheslines, big splashes. It was big power moves because they were big, powerful guys. So, you know, if it got a little bit sloppy at times, yeah, that's what you're going to get in it, with two big guys that are just colliding into each other. So, yeah, when I was a kid, I never saw like a botch. I do wonder if the kids today think about that, if that is something that stands out to them. If they engage in the internet wrestling community, then yes. If they don't, they might not even notice. They might not even notice. It might not register. Because it didn't with me when I was young. So, yeah, for me, it does hurt. For many people on the internet, it hurts them. But big picture, I'm not sure how much of a problem it is. Ryan, shout out to you, my friends. Ryan said, evening days. Evening, Ryan. What do we think that Roman will say tonight? And do we think Solo will have something to say about it or do about it? And if so, what will he say or do? Much love. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, what do I think he'll say tonight? I think he'll say that he is the only original tribal chief, right? I'm expecting him to basically say that Solo has stepped out of line. He should never have done what he did to Paul Heyman. That bringing in the Tongans is a mistake that will ultimately backfire on him. And he's here to rightfully take his place back as being the tribal chief. I do also expect him to say that, Cody, I respect what you've done, right? And I respect the man that you are, but you need to know that that is still my title, and I will be coming for it, right? And the reason I say that is because he pointed at Cody, and Cody has spoke a lot about there being a third match. And actually, in Unseen tonight, we're going to talk about the fact that during SummerSlam, at the very end, Cody has got his 3 fingers over the belt like this. And Cody has revealed that that was a little Easter egg where he was basically saying to Roman, the third match is coming. I know that you're back, and I know you're going to want this. And the third match is coming. So at one point, Cody holds the belt like that in Roman's direction. And as he said, that's him communicating, I know what you want. And Roman was pointing as well. I want that. So, as we said earlier, I think Roman's going to have to be careful the way that we book him, because Cody's a face, Roman's a face. We can absolutely do the match, but it needs to be built on respect. There needs to be a real honor there, right? I think that if you're going to do face versus face, then we do. To be honest, I don't know that we do get to that match, because Solo is absolutely going to have things to say. I did make a comment, Solo. I think it was something like, you shouldn't be back, or, you know, you should have stayed away. You know, Solo was like screaming that when he arrived, when Roman arrived after the match. So I expect Roman to come in and talk about how he's the original tribal chief, how Solo shouldn't have brought in the Tongans because Heyman was warning him about that, and how they will turn on him, how he's going to prove he's the original tribal chief, and that he's back now. And he is going to want Solo. I don't know how we get to that match, though, because I don't think we do that match anytime soon. I think whilst Roman's talking, I would expect Solo and the Bloodline to come out and to confront him. And I don't think they beat Roman down, to be honest, because I think Roman is too outnumbered, because you're not going to bring in loads of people to even up the score. So I think I could see them going with a, we could destroy you right now, but that's not what we want to do, because I want you to know that we can destroy you, and we can destroy you at any time. I think them sending a message would be wise, rather than actually beat him down. Because if they beat him down, there's not much that gets achieved. You beat down Roman, and Roman's outnumbered. Even if you bring Jimmy back, they're still outnumbered. And you're not going to get Jay and Sammy involved, because there's big segments where we need to go and get them. We need Roman to go and get Jay, go and get Sammy. They're not going to come out tonight. So if you beat down Roman, what are you really? There's nothing Roman can do. And if Roman does get beaten down, it's probably going to make Roman look stupid. So what was the plan, Roman? You've been away since WrestleMania. Your plan was to what? Just come back and stand in the ring and get beaten up? That's not going to look very good, is it? So I would have it so that Solo comes down and tells Roman, I could beat you up, but I'm not going to. And basically, you know, we set some sort of collision course. Whether that is that it's going to be Roman and a mystery partner next week or something like this, don't know. Or, you know, we'll see you at Bash in Berlin or something like that. actually, I feel like we do the match at Bash in Berlin. Or, yeah, we do the match at Bash in Berlin. I was going to say, or we do it on the first Smackdown on USA Network, which is in September. And we could definitely do that. But I think you probably do it at Bash in Berlin. I don't know that it would be Roman solo. It feels too big for Bash in Berlin. I feel like it's probably going to be Solo and Jacob versus Roman and a mystery partner, which I would guess would turn out to be Jimmy Uso. So I think we plant the seeds for that. There are rumors that Cody is not going to be involved in that because he is going to defend the title at Bash in Berlin, and it's against someone, right, which I'm not going to name. Because I don't know that it's not going to get revealed tonight. So, might not be Cody. Cody might not be involved in that feud at this point, right? So, I'm thinking Solo, Jacob against Roman, Jimmy. We build towards that. I don't think you bring Jimmy back tonight just because if he does come back, the numbers are still with the new bloodline. And you know, Jimmy coming back, he'd just get beaten up. And Roman would just get beaten up. And I don't think we need to do that personally tonight. So I'm expecting him to say something like that. I'm expecting Solo to come out and just say, I could destroy you if I so wanted. I'm expecting them to maybe plant the seeds for Berlin. And something along those lines. Actually, getting it completely 100% down, I think it's a little bit tricky. Because there's so many moving parts, you know, it's not just Solo and Roman. It's like Jimmy, and we need to get Jay, and we need to get Sammy, and Hikaleo's coming in at some point, and you've got Jacob, but he might be injured, and you've got Tonga, and you've got Tonga Loa, and we've got Paul Heyman, and there's Cody Rhodes that's involved, and there's just a lot of moving parts. So rough ballpark, something along those lines. Ryan, you'll have to let me know what you think. What do you think? What do you think we're going to get tonight? And Lee Peters said, my favourite wrestlers were Hogan and Legion of Doom. I can't believe I found a match between Hogan and Tenryu and Legion of Doom. Have you watched it? No, but that sounds like it may have been in New Japan. Was that when they were over in New Japan? I know Tenryu was over in WWE. He was in a Rumble, weren't he? And he may have done like the odd appearance or whatever, but I cannot remember a tag match involving them over in WWE. My guess would be that it was in Japan because obviously they had a relationship with New Japan in the 90s, and Hogan went over there quite a bit. So I guess would be that. But no, I've not seen it. But I've not seen much of when WWE went to Japan. So I don't even know if that stuff's on the network, actually. There was a brilliant clip, you know, of Hulk Hogan. There was a brilliant clip of Hulk Hogan. He was in Japan, right? And he was sat there and he was like, he was the WWF champ and he's got the winged eagle. And he's sat there talking about how this is not the most prestigious prize in wrestling, and how he knows that the IWGP, the New Japan Championship, is the championship, not this one. It's that one, and he is honored to be in New Japan, and he's basically running down the WWF Winged Eagle Championship and bigging up the New Japan champion, New Japan. And you just get the vibe, you just get the impression that because that was not being shown in America, that clip, it was being shown in Japan, he probably thought to himself, no one will ever see this. No one will ever see this. It doesn't matter what I say. I don't even know if WWE saw it, right? I don't even know if they were aware of the comments he was making. But there's this interview where he basically lays into WWF and he's their champion. And it must have been like 1990, 91, about that time. Maybe he just got it off Sergeant Slaughter, that kind of time. After WrestleMania 7. And he's laying into WWF. He's bigging up New Japan. And you do just get that vibe. He's thinking, no one will see this. And then, of course, the internet comes along and everyone sees it. And it's just a bit orcs. So I would love for them to like gather together a lot of that kind of footage where, you know, some of them matches. Because, again, everyone knows as well, like Hogan in Japan was doing like so much more than Hogan in America. Hogan in Japan's doing like uranagis and like all this kind of stuff. Like he's doing a lot more. He's got a much wider moveset. He can actually do some stuff. He can actually do some wrestling moves rather than just a leg drop and a clothesline and that. Like, he can do more than that. And so him in Japan was quite an eye-opener. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still not Okada. You know, he's Will Ospreay don't need to worry. But, yeah, there is some really interesting stuff by watching him compete over in Japan and some of the stuff that he does over there. Right. WWE could basically have a Bloodline Battle Royal at this point a year from now, but maybe an all Bloodline Royal Rumble. I know there's a lot of ooses. Miss Clown said, check out the match I suggested with Medusa. Miss Clown, I hope you're well. Big Time said, I've tagged you in a tweet that's a real eye-opener. Okay, let's have a little look at oh my god, graphs. Graphs. What's this? I don't get paid enough to look at graphs. What does it say? What have you learnt from it? I'm going to like it and then just wait for you to tell me what it says. Days, we could end up with Roman and Cody against Solo and Jacob in Berlin. Well, yes, but the streets are saying no, and the streets are saying Cody's going to defend his title against someone, so that's why I don't think it goes that way. Elizabeth said, remember, it's The Rock that has a say about the match card for WWE PLEs. If he says that Cody teams with Roman Reigns against the New Bloodline at Bash in Berlin, then they can book that match. I don't know how true that is, you know, what you've just said. The booker is Triple H, so it's Triple H that gets to decide what the creative is. It is true that The Rock is on the board of TKO ahead of him, but that doesn't mean that he can just walk in and overrule Triple H, because Triple H could rightfully go to the board and say, this is my job. Like, this is what I do. I can't have people coming in and telling me what matches I'm booking. Like, that's my job. So The Rock can go and do that. But if Triple H doesn't want to listen to that, then The Rock's not going to fire Triple H. Like, it's all going to go to the board. So it's the relationship's a bit... I mean, look, The Rock knows that Triple H is the booker. And The Rock knows that Triple H is doing a great job. And yes, The Rock did try to insert himself into the main event of WrestleMania. But equally, I think Triple H found a way. I think Triple H found a way of that not happening, right? Without there being any upset. I don't think that The Rock is going to get in touch with Triple H and say, you're going to book this match, you're going to book that match. Because I don't think Triple H would put up with that. He'd have a word with Nick Khan. Nick Khan would go to the boards, and the board would basically say to The Rock, stop doing that, right? Because he's a member of the board, but there's other people on the board. And I think that would be nipped in the bud. In regards to what we were just talking about with Triple H, I think Triple H, it would not shock me, and I don't know this, but I just have a feeling that he said to Cody, listen, the plans for WrestleMania are changing. This is the day of the Rumble. We know Cody knew before the Rumble that the plans were changing. We found that out in the documentary, right? So the question has to be, when Cody wins the Rumble, why? And no one's answered this. Does he point to Roman and say, I'm coming for your title? I mean, there was no doubt. He points at Roman, and he even says, you, Roman, I'm coming for you, Roman. And don't forget, in that moment, he knows that the plans for WrestleMania are changing. He knows. We found that out. So either Cody went into business for himself, right? Either Cody went, nah, I'm not having this, and went, I'm coming for you, Roman, right? Either Cody decided to do that out of anger, like I'm being robbed, or, and this is my theory, Triple H sat him down and went, look, we've been working together all year, for 2 years, since you came back, to get you to that title. I have not lied to you. We know that at WrestleMania 39, we didn't pull the trigger, because at WrestleMania 40, we're going to pull the trigger. What's happening right now is nothing to do with me, right? This is The Rock coming in, wanting to finally do the match with Roman this year, and it is just going to derail our plans. So here's what I'm proposing. I'm still going to have you win the Rumble, and they're going to want you to go after Seth's belt, but I want you to make it clear to the fans that you're going after Roman. So when you win the Rumble, I want you to point to Roman, and I want you to very clearly say, I'm coming for you, Roman, right? I'll make sure the camera's on you. I'll get the production to get the camera on you, but I want you to make it very clear, because when they try to steal that away from you, I don't think the fans are going to put up with it. And I think we can maybe do something with it. And it really, really would not shock me because Triple H, I can't imagine, was thrilled at having The Rock come in and say, I'm going to be the main event of WrestleMania, right? I can't imagine Triple H was thrilled with that at all. So, considering he's been working all year on what the main event of WrestleMania should be, imagine being in Triple H's position and you're working and you're building and you've got a plan and you're working with Cody and you know where you want to go. And as Triple H said, the plans for WrestleMania were done in October. They were done in October. So now all of a sudden you got someone in going, I'm going to be the main event of WrestleMania. You'd be like, but we haven't built that story. That's not, it's massive, but that's not the story that we've been building. We haven't teased. We could have been doing loads to have got that story going. If I'm Triple H, I'm like, nah, I'm not having it. It really would not shock me. I don't think they'll ever come out and admit it, right? Or if they do, it'll be on deathbeds. But it would not shock me if Triple H grabbed Cody and went, look, it's not only you getting screwed here, I'm getting screwed. Because he's trying to tell me what I'm booking for WrestleMania. We ain't having that. I'm not going to stand by and watch you get screwed. And I'm certainly not going to get screwed over. So if he gets away with this, then he might think he can get away with it again. So, yeah, I that's just a little theory that I've got. I got no evidence of it. But we do know that either Triple H had that conversation or Cody went into business for himself. One of those two happened. Because he knows when he's in the Rumble, he knows what's going to happen. And he still points at Roman and says, I'm coming for you, Roman. I'm coming for you. So, yeah, I think if it was in regards to The Rock and how The Rock is going to be booked, I think The Rock would go up to Triple H and say, right, this is what I want to do, right? If it's in regards to others, I don't know that The Rock's necessarily doing that unless it gets him to something that does with him, I think the Rock's quite happy to let Triple H cook because he does a good job and the money's great and they're selling out and, I think, like, he respects that. But if it was to do with The Rock, I think he has, massive say about what he's going to do. I mean, he'll swear and not even care, Because what are the board going to do? Have a word with him? I mean, they're not going to do anything, are they, in regards to that? But and certainly when they're leaving that network anyway, they're leaving Fox. So and Raw's going to Netflix, isn't it? So I kind of feel like I don't think that he would push his weight around when it comes to other people. I think he would when it comes to himself. But I think the streets are saying there's another plan for Cody. Pseudo said, it would be nice to see Jimmy, even for a cameo, but I don't want to see a segment where Jimmy goes against the new bloodline. It would bury a possible Uso reunion. Gav Does Chili said, Daze, do we think Paul Heyman comes back tonight? I think there's a chance, but I don't think it's guaranteed. Macca said we could end up with Roman and Cody solo. Oh, we read that one. It seems like there's still confusion as to how to book Cody and Roman now. It's hard to have more than one top guy. Well, I think what you do, Jessica, shout out to you. I think what you do is you have Cody focus on the title, you have Roman focus on the bloodline. So Cody is the champ, he's the hunted. I think you have him defend that championship. And I think if Roman needs a hand at some point, I'm totally down for Roman and Cody as a tag team. And I'd be totally down for that at Bash in Berlin. But again, the streets are saying that we're going to go a different direction, right? So with that being said, I think their plan is let's have Cody over here defending the championship, right? Gets him out the way. And Roman absolutely is away from the title right now. His problem is Solo. His problem is Jacob. His problem is this new bloodline that needs smashing and destroying and putting in their place. So you have Roman do that. You have Cody do that. You keep them separate. Their paths don't cross maybe until SummerSlam next year. Because I think, again, the streets are saying it'll be Roman Solo at WrestleMania. So that must mean that this feud's going to continue between now and WrestleMania. That means that this feud is, that's a long time, but it's possible. I mean, you know, we've done feuds of that length before, so it's possible, but it is long. But don't forget, Roman won't be around every week. So, you know, there'll be weeks where the bloodline are running their mouths, you know, and like, you know, wrecking shop whilst Roman's away. But when Roman's around, then we'll get those confrontations, and there's plenty of stuff he needs to do. And obviously at Survivor Series, we're expecting bloodline. And, you know, by the start of next year, Roman could decide, right, I'm going to try and win the Rumble. And then you have Solo cost him. And, you know, it just keeps going. And so we end up with Roman Solo at WrestleMania 41. So I think Cody should not have to worry about a third match with Roman anytime soon. I think that that third match, I think, would happen. But it might not be until SummerSlam of 2025. Shockwave said Brock is in talks to return at Rumble. That's not true either. I would really say with a lot of these reports, you've got to read them, because it's not only Logan that deals in clickbait. That's just not true. Triple H would bring Brock back at the Rumble, right? But it all depends on this legal lawsuit. The situation is no different than what we've said. Nothing's changed. We've said until this legal situation is done, until this legal situation is been concluded, they're not going to look to bring him back. People ask me, you know, imagine if we get Roman and Brock at SummerSlam, and I was like, no, I just don't see that happening, because he's caught up in some pretty serious stuff. This Janelle Grant lawsuit is really serious. And everything I've heard is that WWE legal, they're the ones that are not allowing Brock to be around, because, you know, it's just really bad PR. I mean, he's caught up in this Janelle Grant thing. And that has not changed. There has been no movement on that. So what the story was is the, and I don't really know why Royal Rumble was the PLE that was, why the story had to be Royal Rumble, I think might be for clickbait purposes, because the real story is Triple H will bring Brock back when he's able to. That's the real story, right? Somehow that got turned into Triple H would bring Brock back at Royal Rumble if he was able to, right? So it's not that they're looking to bring him back at Royal Rumble. That's not the story. The story is they would if they could. But I would argue they would bring him back at Survivor Series if they could. Or they would bring him back on Saudi show if they could. As soon as they can bring him back, I'm sure they'll look to bring him back. So I don't really understand why Royal Rumble is the show that's been mentioned. But that was another one that I was like, as soon as I saw that headline, my first reaction was no, I'm not having this. No, because nothing's changed. You can't say last week that WWE aren't bringing him back due to WWE legal, right? They don't, with the whole lawsuit thing. And then a week later go, oh, they're going to bring him back at the Royal Rumble, right? That would suggest something has changed. And there's been no report of anything changing with the Janelle Grant lawsuit. So straight away I saw that. I was like, this is a 2 + 2 = 5 situation. This does not add up. This does not make sense. So I read it. And I read the article, and then that's when you find out that it's when he's able to. They'll bring him back, and you go, oh my God. There is so much engagement farming that goes on. There is so much misleading headlines. I mean, I don't know if it's bad in other spaces, but in the wrestling space, it's really bad. It's really bad. I would read those, like read the articles, because it's really bad. It's really bad. I'd say it's as bad as it's ever been, with like misleading headlines. And like, I don't know. I think part of it is because there's so many people that are doing wrestling news. Remember earlier we were talking about how I think there is still space in the wrestling world. And I think like there's still loads of opportunity for things for people to do within the wrestling world. The thing is, people seem to come in and want to do the same thing because I think it looks quite easy, and that is the whole wrestling news thing. And because it looks quite easy and it seems quite simple, then we're going to do that. Problem is, there's so many people doing it that, you know, you're going to struggle to get anywhere because you're going to be quite buried in, like, you know, the list. You're always going to have your Wrestle Talks and your What Cultures and your Cultaholics. They're your WrestleLamias. They're always going to be at the top because they've got such big audiences. So if they break that news, they'll be at the top. But then you've got all these other people that are trying to. And so what that means is that everyone is trying to get your click. Everyone is trying to get your attention. And the way that, you know, unfortunately it happens is by putting out headlines like Undertaker wants one more match. No, he doesn't. And Brock's coming back at the Royal Rumble. No, he isn't. When you actually read the reports, you'll see that these things are just... it's annoying. It is annoying. It is annoying. It's annoying for me because, you know, I read them and I'm like, I know that I'm going to have so many people tagging me in this. I know I'm going to have so many people talking to me about this, and it's like, it's just not what's happening in the world. It's like, it's really bad at the moment. It's really bad. I don't know why it's got so worse this year. Oh, hello. James has just tagged me in this. Triple H, just about half an hour ago, says it's time to turn Speed up another notch. I'm excited to announce that the WWE Speed Women's Championship tournament will premiere on September 4th. So there we go. I think the views for Speed are still okay, you know. I think the views for Speed are not too bad. I think they still get like around that kind of 800,000 million mark, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that'll be received. I think that could be kind of fun. So there we go, James. Thank you. We've got that. Yeah, I've just got Ben tagging me in it now. Brock Lesnar discussed for Rumble return. Thanks. Thanks, Ben. Right, lovely. Kader said, what? Speed Women's Championship. James said, not gonna lie, I haven't watched a Speed episode since the debut one. I watch them if they're around. I don't seek them out, to be honest. But if they're around, then I will watch them. I was so hoping that Triple H would announce Brock's return tonight after Daze went all in with the Brock Breaker dream squashing, says William. Well, I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. Even the clickbait titles aren't saying that that's going down tonight. Matt said, I heard that speed is addictive, and I have an addictive personality, so no speed for me. Michelle said, evening, Michelle. Hope you are well. Connor said, do we think that Liv Rhea should happen at Bad Blood inside Hell in a Cell? A little bit tricky, that one, but because a word is that we're going to do CM Punk and Drew inside Hell in a Cell. So you could do two. I mean, that's fine. You could do Liv Rhea and you could do Drew Punk. I'd have no problem with that. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's something people would be interested in. Doing two on the same show. We've done two before. I mean, and the cage will be there. So for me, not a problem. But we are rumoured to be getting a Hell in a Cell match anyway. And as we said, that's meant to be CM Punk against Drew. So I think it just comes down to if people are on board with doing two, which I am. I mean, I don't have any issue with that. So yes, for me, absolutely fine. Brony said speed has been a complete failure for me, at least. I would expect that we get a package on Kevin on Raw, but just a mention tonight, said Davids. Big Time said AEW continues to fall with no end. Last 2 weeks has been 609 and 622. Last 7 have all been under 700,000. WrestleNomics have mentioned that the last 3 months Dynamite has set new all-time lows. I mean, you know what I'm going to say, and that's going to be that it's not been brilliant for WWE with the Olympics. Granted, Raw has been on a different network, which obviously also hurts. But and I believe it's a slightly smaller network as well. But yeah, I think that this is the challenge, isn't it? Really, and it's one that I'm sure AEW have suffered with as well. We know though that this year has not been a great year for AEW in regards to ratings. I think that they are trying to address that. I mean, you've got Danielson who's retiring and he's going for the championship, which is quite a compelling story. I think there's a chance that he wins it, to be honest. I think there's a chance he swerves us. I mean, someone like Danielson, I think he's a very selfless person, but I think for him to never have won the AEW World Championship is sort of hard to fathom. I would not be shocked to find out that he had signed an extension quietly. So I don't know what the odds are on him winning the championship at Wembley, but I think there's a chance he does. And if he does, and that is a big story that Brian Danielson is the new AEW champion, does that spark any interest? I mean, he is a great wrestler. He is loved. He is someone that WWE had as their champion a few times. World champion a few times, of course. So, I don't know. You could look at that and go, is that an opportunity for them to have a big name at the top of the card as their champion? Because, no offense to Swerve, but I don't think Swerve's bringing in the people, right? I think he's a good person to invest in, and I'm pleased that he won it, but I don't know that it's doing anything for their ratings. But Danielson as champion? Yeah. Don't know. We'll have to see. Could it? I don't think it hurts, right? It only helps. Then you've got, obviously, the Mariah May, Tony Storm situation. I think that's pretty interesting. I kind of like that, to be honest. And Ospreay just continues to kill it, doesn't he? Just doing fantastic work. MJF's back. And I don't know how he's doing, but I can't imagine it's bad. Then, of course, you got all the drama with Britt Baker. And even if it's stuff like behind the scenes, I think that's still going to get interest, Britt Baker being suspended. Now she's back. I believe she's competing against Mercedes. I mean, Sasha Banks against Britt Baker or Mercedes Moné against Britt Baker. That's a match you would book, innit? I mean, I don't know what the build's like, I don't know, like, that it does much for the ratings, but I am looking at what they're doing right now, and I'm seeing a lot more that I'm interested in. They definitely feel like they're in a better place creatively than they were when I stopped watching. So I do think it's a bit of a shame that, like, the quality of the show, I don't think, or the quality of the booking, I don't know that it is reflected fairly in the ratings, because unfortunately, if you lose a viewer, there's a chance you lose them forever. You could start doing really great stuff, but there's no guarantee that viewer would return. So I think they've lost viewers, and from what I've seen, I think they're doing some interesting stuff again, but I don't know, it doesn't seem to be like really improving the views. How you actually get people back and watching, you know, how you get those lapsed fans back, that's hard. And you know, to try and do it during the Olympics, I mean, you know, that's hard. That's hard. So it's one of those. I wish putting on good shows consistently would result in like improved viewership, but that's not always the case. It's not always the case. Sometimes you've disappointed people, and people just don't want to go back to that. It's a bit like The Walking Dead. Walking Dead was great. Then it went a bit rubbish, and I thought it picked back up again. I thought there was some really good stuff that happened after everyone tuned out, but people didn't come back to it because, well, you know, they were out of it. Humans are creatures of habit. They are people, like, you know, people like to have routines, even if it's subconscious. I reckon there's a good chance that you find yourself going to a lot of the same YouTube channels or watching the same shows, and kind of your week being, I don't know, maybe a bit repetitive. Mine certainly is. And I tend to go to the same channels and do the same things because we are just creatures of habit. It's, you know, if you used to watch a show and it disappointed you, there's so much other stuff to go and watch. When will you go back and give it another go? When would you do that? So I don't know. I feel a bit sorry for them, to be honest, because I think they're doing some good stuff from what I can see, and I don't know if the shows are any good. I don't know. All I know is that when I stopped watching, there was really only like a couple of things that I could name that I was really into, and it got to the point where I was like, I think it's best I stop, because I'm just not having fun with it. And I wasn't interested in doing Wednesday streams where we just laid into it. That's boring to me. And I think that kind of negativity is not healthy either. If you're watching something that you don't enjoy, then I think like it's not good for you. I don't think it's healthy for you. I think you can like watch something you do enjoy and enjoy it. Spending the time you've got on this earth watching something that you do enjoy and enjoying it has got to be so much more satisfying and rewarding than watching something that you're not enjoying. Hate watching, I don't understand it. I don't understand why you would do it unless you enjoy doing that. There are some people that do. There are some people that watch AEW hoping that it fails, and they enjoy watching the botches and they enjoy watching the bad stuff so that then they can go online to talk about it all, right? But that ain't me. So I just stopped. But now I am looking at it again going, do you know what? There's a couple of decent things I think they're doing at the moment. Whether the overall package is good enough, I don't know. But I don't know. How do you get people back? It'll be very interesting to see if they do. And if they do, how they do it. I've said so many times, we're so lucky because we get to see what they do on the show, and we get to see how that relates to the ratings. It's like this big social experiment that we get to kind of just watch play out in front of our eyes, and it doesn't cost us anything. But it's Tony Khan that's paying for it, all of this amazing data that we're getting. I would imagine WWE are loving it. Analysing kind of they now know what a top wrestling product, what a top wrestling show on TBS, TNT, they know what the ratings look like on a Wednesday night. They know what happens if you bring in an Okada, an Ospreay, a Mercedes Moné, what that does to ratings. They now know, like, thanks to AEW, all of like this information. It's all for free, and we've got that as well. So it's really good if you like looking at data, if that's something you enjoy. And we know how important the lead-in is as well. We know how important Big Bang Theory is. Because when that's not on, their ratings crash. So we know that the lead-in is super important. That's something I've never really thought about before. I've thought about competition and what else is on at the same time, but I've never really thought about the show that's on before and how important that is. So it's just, I find it very interesting. I find it fascinating. And if they can turn this around, I'll be very interested to see how they do it. Right, James, shout out to you, my friend. Said, what are the match predictions for Bad Bloods? I will be there. Ooh, and I'm hoping for Rhea Ripley against Liv Morgan too. Well, we did a video on the second channel, Wrestling Daze Opinions, where we predicted the match card, and we got the community to predict the match card. So if you're going, I would say, shameless plug-in, check that video out, because I thought there was some really good suggestions. I do think there'll be the odd rematch. I don't know that it'll be Liv. I think Rhea beats Liv, but I think they don't want that to happen just yet. So if you do Liv Rhea again, I think you are running the risk of having to run the same sort of screwy finish. I don't think they want to get the belt off Liv yet. So you've got to try and find a way of delaying it. So I think there's a chance you do Damian and Rhea versus, say, Dominic and Liv at Bash in Berlin. Damian might have to go after Finn, which then means Rhea needs a partner, which maybe she goes gets Jey Uso. Don't know. So, you know, I don't think we get Liv Rhea 2 at Bash in Berlin, because I think you need to keep the belt on Liv for a bit longer. I do think Cody defends his title because the streets are saying it looks like it could go that way. And Roman, I'm really not sure. But if we do get him, I think it'll be a tag match. Roman and Jimmy against Solo Jacob would be a guess. Damian and Finn, as we said. Clearly Gunther is going to be on that show. I think it was announced, wasn't it? I mean, I was going to say, and it looks like it's going to be Randy, but I think they actually did announce that match is happening there. So Randy Gunther, you know, you're getting that. And to be honest, that would probably be it, because we know that Triple H doesn't stack cards. So that would probably be it. I don't think they would go really beyond that. I think they'd look at like 5-6 matches. That tends to be the Triple H way. So maybe there'd be a Wyatt 6, maybe Uncle Howdy, something like that. I mean, they weren't on the SummerSlam card, so it'd be lovely to see them on the other one, wouldn't it? It'd be lovely to get them on the Bad Blood one instead. So, but yeah, I think if you've not seen that video, check out that video. It's definitely worth a watch. Lots of thoughts in that. Lee Peters said, I'm sick and tired of fake news, mostly from Wrestling News Now. How can these fake wrestling YouTube channels keep getting away with it? Is that what it is? Wrestling News Now. There is a channel that does just put out nonsense, which is really big, and I think it is them. I mean, I never watch them. I would just say be aware. I mean, just don't watch them, block them, ban them. Just, you know, it's one of those, like, I genuinely can't answer. I don't know if people watch it just for a laugh. I don't know that people watch it like, oh God, what was it like? Or if people watch it and it's just so, I don't know, mind blowing, like it's so good that you want to believe it. I don't know. It's hard for me to comment because I never watch them. I am aware that there is a channel out there, which actually Tommy introduced me to it. The only reason I know about it is because Tommy was putting out content that was all like bonkers, where he was kind of getting confused. He was doing a bit of an R-Truth thing. So he was like coming out with news that was not true, but it was so outlandish that you knew straight away it was a joke, right? And I remember him saying, "Oh, all I'm doing is I'm doing what Wrestling News Now do." And so I looked at their channel, and I mean, it's just, I don't get it. And it seemed to be getting like 50, 60, 70, 80,000 views. But then saying that, you know, if I was to do a video where I'm like, guys, Brock Lesnar's coming back at Bash in Berlin, and I get like a big thumbnail and all that stuff, I don't know what that would do. I know what it would do to my credibility. And I know that this community I probably wouldn't have for much longer. I put a lot of value and a lot of stock into using good, reliable sources. And if those sources prove to not be reliable, I ain't going to use them anymore. I'm not interested in nonsense. This is why when you see a lot of people that are talking about wrestling news, if they don't cite their sources, big red flag. Massive red flag. Massive. If someone sends me a link and like, have you seen this? And it's like John's Wrestling News, and it's got some on it like flipping Daniel Bryan's coming back to WWE, OMG, celebration emoji, right? And it doesn't say where they've got that information from. That ain't going. That don't make it into an unseen. I don't even think that gets mentioned on a stream or anything. I mean, like, it's just could have been just completely made up. So yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for Wrestling News Now. I don't know how they keep getting away with it. You'd imagine that people would learn, unless people just know it's nonsense and they enjoy watching it for the nonsense it is. I don't know. Or if they mix in enough real news whereby people watch it, or maybe it's so far in the future that people don't ever go back to it. Like, I don't know. I could easily say, guys, Cody's going to lose the title at Survivor Series. And then when we get closer, do another video saying plans have changed. Actually, now he's blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? Unless they do that and they just keep moving the goalposts. There's plenty of that happens as well, you know? So, I don't know. I would just say, learn. Find the people that you trust. Stick with them. Only engage with them. I would never touch Wrestling News Now. I would never go to them. Even if they started to just report the news accurately, I would never use them. Because they've shown that they will quite happily lie. And they will quite happily use clickbait. So how could I ever know if they're telling me the truth? Reputation ruined. But you're right. I mean, I feel that way, but clearly thousands don't. So, but you know, you've got to think about how many people watch wrestling around the world. You know, there's millions around the world that watch wrestling. So to get 80,000 people watching a video, it's, you know, I would say it's not that difficult. It's very difficult. But if you was just making up nonsense, then it's not that difficult. You know, if you're telling people what they want to hear, then it's not that difficult. Look at how many people have jumped on some of these fake headlines. You know, it's what people want to hear, and so they just run with that, don't they? It's annoying. It is annoying. I agree. It's really annoying. Bubba Joe said, I believe that the original Wyatt 6 was going to be Vincent as Mercy, Dutch as Howdy, Bo the Rabbit, and Alexa as the Witch. What do you think? I don't know. There's nothing that suggests that's the way it was going. I mean, I know they brought in Dutch and Vincent to have a word with them as to whether they got far down the road of figuring out if they actually wanted to use them and what they would be and all of that. I don't know. That's never been reported that we have ever got that far with them. I think there's a chance, you know. I think there's a chance that that they were very clever. They did a lot of cryptic tweets. And I think those cryptic tweets really got people quite excited. And I think that those cryptic tweets meant that people kind of associated them with the Wyatt story. But I think they just did what they should do, which is they got people talking. They did end up going to NXT and having a meeting, but nothing came of it. So, I don't know. Would they have planned them in to have been characters if they weren't even signed? And then when they did go for a meeting, they didn't get signed? So, don't know. I never heard that it got that far with them. JP Vilt said, what you're saying is Dave Meltzer is the CNN of wrestling. I think Dave Meltzer, I feel sorry for Dave Meltzer, you know, because, and people will disagree, because he says stuff and gets it wrong, right? But I'll say a couple of things about Dave Meltzer. One, I think that Dave is his own worst enemy, because I think he does have sources, because he has said stuff that has come true. He has also said stuff that hasn't. But he has said stuff that's come true. And I think part of the problem, I've said this before, is Dave Meltzer will say, okay, I've heard that at SummerSlam, Roman is coming back. Okay? And that story goes everywhere. And it's correct. Roman comes back. But he'll also get asked the question of, what do you think about Heyman on coming back? And he'll go, well, everything seems to suggest that Heyman will be back on SmackDown, but we're going to have to wait and see. Then what gets reported is Dave Meltzer says Heyman back on SmackDown. There's a big difference. The first one, the Roman one, he's heard from a source. The Heyman one, he's guessing. He's speculating, right? But because it's all on the same show, the same radio show, or it's all in the same magazine, the stuff he's been told and the stuff he speculates about all gets reported the exact same way. So when something doesn't come to fruition, but Dave Meltzer said it would, some of the times it's because he was just speculating like we do, you know? He was just speculating. It was just, this is my theory on it. I've not been told anything, but this is my theory. And I think that hurts his credibility. Because it all gets like reported the same way. So yeah, I do feel a little bit sorry for him, but there are plenty of people that don't have time for him that seem to suggest that he does also just make stuff up. So it's hard to know what the truth is, isn't it? Okay, what are we starting with? We're starting with Cody. So we're starting with Cody Rhodes. Let's go. Big show tonight. Big show tonight. Carl and Dawn said, Daze, I've been on holiday. Oh, I hope you had a good time, my friend. Welcome back. You are coming back at a great time. Because Roman Reigns is back from holiday as well. And he'll be on the show tonight. But I think they might be making us wait. They should make us wait. It should be the main event tonight. But we're starting with Cody. And what is Cody going to say? Whoa! Daze, how are you? I have got some more edits coming tomorrow. I've just ordered a 16-inch pizza. Edward, shout out to you. I hope you're well, buds. Dave Meltzer will eventually bury himself in his dirty apartment, said Jumping. He will. Have you seen that apartment? It is. He is drowning in paperwork, isn't he? I mean, look, Dave is someone that if he says something, I'm still listening. It's a difficult one though, because as I said, some of the times, like your sports keeders and your WrestleManias and, you know, these other platforms, they will report what Dave says as fact. But sometimes if you listen to the radio show that he does, it wasn't. It was speculation. It was, I think it's going to go this way. But it doesn't get reported like that. So I do feel a bit sorry for him in that regard. But again, there's plenty of people, plenty of like your Bruce Pritchards, your Eric Bischoffs that are under no illusion that Dave Meltzer just makes stuff up as well, you know? Okay, Cody coming down. We got Pyro. Cody will say what he always says. What do you want to talk about? What channel is SmackDown on, said JRP. I think it's Fox, isn't it? I don't think it's moved off Fox because of the Olympics. I think it's Fox. I think it's only Raw that's affected. And NXT. They're on Sci-Fi, aren't they? Will WWE be 18 plus? No. They will, I think, when they go to Netflix, push the boundaries a bit more, and I think you'll see more swearing. But they make too much money off kids buying merch and the sponsors and the advertisers. They don't have an appetite for WWE moving away from being a family product. So I think you'll see those lines get blurred a little more, going more TV-14 at some points. But I think by and large, you're going to see WWE largely stay family-friendly. I think they should as well. I think good creative doesn't really rely on going to 18 plus, you know? Good stories, like look at Livria. We've been able to do that within PG confines. It's been great. Look at the Bloodline story. It's been great. So I don't think it's needed personally. Oh, he did say it, James. He just said, "Look, what do you want to do?" He just did that. Oh, what do you want to talk about? Oh, he wants to do some unexpected. What's he doing? He's going to do a poop in the ring. All eyes are on what happens next. So he's talking about the WWE Championship, the North Star of the industry. He's been thinking. Who does he want to defend it against? This guy. Well, it's not this guy. Here's Solo. It's not this guy. Here's Solo Sikoa. The tribal crybaby. There's Tama. There is Tonga. There is no Jacob. He had a boo-boo, didn't he? I don't care what you want to talk about. I don't care what these people want to hear. Loud boos. Solo, guess here comes the mutes and the black screen, said Eric. OTC chance? OTC. OTC. If it wasn't for Roman Reigns, I would have been champion. You will give me a rematch for that title. So, Solo says you will give me a rematch. Yes. You caused Jacob Fatu to get hurt. You couldn't do it on your own. You are cosplaying as the tribal chief. Oh, Cody's cooking him, man. This is great. I love this. Descent. Delusional. Do you know what? I'm so sick of hearing Cody going, you push me to the limit. You're a brilliant competitor. No. Tell him no. You're cosplaying as a tribal chief. You're delusional. You couldn't get it done. That's so much more refreshing to hear than, listen, you pushed me to my limit. You know, nice Cody. Oh, hello in the ring is Kevin. Kevin Owens. With a chair. So, the 3 Bloodline members, they don't fancy their chances, which is understandable against 2 guys with chairs. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. I'll deal with you later. After I find Roman Reigns. Oh, low sucks. Solo sucks. I'll be right here, says Cody. Isaac said OTC for Roman Reigns is coming to Solo Sikoa. Bad Bloods. Well, there we go. We've got Solo, Tonga Loa, Tama Tonga. Cody wants the music cut. Kevin. I want to talk to you about something. Let's go. Let's go. KO, 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 KO. Jojo said, here we go. You're likely gonna say no. I was talking about who I'd like to face for the WWE Championship. I'd like to face you. Cody Rhodes says to Kevin Owens, I would like to face you. No, he does. He does. I don't deserve a title. You do. You got screwed by the bloodline. You definitely do. Look at my win-loss records. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You need to get a you deserve it chant going. There she is. There she is. You know what they're saying. He absolutely does deserve it. This was the name that was mentioned. Yeah, man, the prize fighter. You're still the prize fighter. I want to see the prize fighter. Cody said you can say no all you want, but I'm getting ready to go back there. Yeah, look, Kevin's like, no, I'd no. Stop being a little girl, Kevin. Gods. Oh, I don't deserve it. Oh. Jesus, have the match. There we go. Cody walks away. Very interesting. Face versus face. When that news kind of circulated earlier that Kevin was going to be the one, I wondered if it meant he was going to turn on him. And there was a moment where Kevin had that chair in the ring after they'd just chased the bloodline away. And I did wonder if he was going to crack Cody with the He didn't. Instead, he's been a little girl, a little whiny girl. Oh, I don't deserve it. Look at my win-loss record. Jesus, mate. Grow a pair, come on. Oh, hello, we got some bananas. Yes. Look at them in the background. Oh, and someone dressed as Roman. He's already got an OTC shirt on. Okay, not a bad open, to be honest. Not a bad open. Listen, if we do get Cody against Kevin Owens at Bash in Berlin, that's going to cook, innit? And I like the idea of Kevin saying to Cody, look, I've got to give everything for my family, but that means I'm going to be the prize fighter. Like, you're going to get all of me. And that could be really interesting. Because it's true, innit? I mean, he can't just have the break on. He can't just be like, oh, thanks, Cody, let's have a good match. I mean, Kevin Owens is Kevin Owens. It's all or nothing with Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens gives 100% every time. So, yeah. There could be some fun segments there where he kind of points that out to Cody. I respect you. I love you like a brother, but I've got to be the prize fighter. Here's A-Town Down Under. Roman as a banana. No, I didn't explain it very well. There was some people dressed as bananas behind the commentators. And then there was a dude that was dressed as Roman standing next to them. I don't know why you would go to wrestling dressed as a banana. But then I don't know why you would go to wrestling and not be dressed as a banana. Here's A-Town Down Under. A-Town Down Under. They're taking on, is it Street Profits? Number one contenders match. So we're probably going to get into the girth. We're probably going to get into the meat of the episode now. We've had a big open. I reckon we'll have a big finish. And now we'll get all of those matches like Jade against Alba Fire and the other ones. Well, I can't even remember what they are. There was a person dressed as a shark last time, said Spartan Major. Rob said you would do it for the potassium. That's a good shout, actually. Potassium, very important. Rhea Ripley kicks everything off. We've also got a 2 out of 3 falls match between Sammy and Braun. All on Monday. I can't watch until the replay at 10:30, said Donald. I'm sorry to hear that, Donald. Not a bad open. Smackdown, down a heel. Kevin Owens exists. Let's do it. They really need to pull the trigger on a Theory face run. I agree. Florist. Oh, is that Florist Gump? Florist Gump, shout out to you. Pillskin, shout out to you, my friend. Ryan said Theory's new logo is like an old SmackDown logo. Big Time said, Daze, what's Bryan Danielson's issue with WWE? He said he's having the most fun ever in AEW. Says he's never had a boss like Tony. Says he never really liked the WWE style. Says WWE is a soap opera. I think he is probably a little bit hurt by all the Vince stuff. I mean, don't forget, his family is very much caught up in that because it involves John Laurinaitis, who is his father-in-law. I would imagine the heartache that has resulted in for his wife, for his mother-in-law. I mean, this is as personal as it gets, man. This isn't just him being someone that used to work for Vince. This is very much his family being caught up in it as well. Because, as we said, John Laurinaitis was his father-in-law. And John Laurinaitis is all over these lawsuits, isn't he? Like, was right there with Vince at times, like, with some of these shady allegations. So, I could imagine that has really hurt him and has really hurt his wife, really hurt his mother-in-law, really hurt his family. I also think as well that, like, I would imagine Tony has just been the nicest guy to him. I mean, one thing we know about Tony Khan is that he I think genuinely loves wrestling and genuinely loves wrestlers. We can tell that by the way he hugs them. And I think that, like, the respect that Daniel has got from Tony is probably on a different level to what he got from Vince. I'd imagine Vince gave him quite a few shouting ats, yeah? And I'd imagine that, like, Tony just comes across like a nice guy. And genuinely, I think WWE are a business. They are an animal. And I think there probably has been an awful lot of stuff that's gone on behind the scenes, which has been a bit unsavory. I've said before, I know for a fact that WWE have spoken to retailers and said, if you carry AEW figures, then we will make sure that you don't get WWE product. And that is the kind of stuff that goes on that people aren't aware of. That's the kind of stuff that goes on that people might not have heard about. But those conversations have happened. And if they've happened in regards to action figures, I've got to think they've also happened in regards to venues. We know that, like, WWE have said to Madison Square Garden in the past, if you let any other wrestling company perform at Madison Square Garden, you'll never get us again. Like, you'll be blacklisted. And so there's a lot of stuff I think that WWE have done from a business perspective, which, you know, business is business, but they will pull, and certainly under Vince, they will pull every lever, they will perform every trick. And I wouldn't be shocked if Daniel Bryan has kind of witnessed that, Bryan Danielson has witnessed that from inside AEW and thought to himself, don't like what Vince has done, don't like what John Laurinaitis has done, I don't like what the company is doing. I just don't like what I'm seeing, you know? So, I don't know, I can't speak for him, but I could understand him souring on WWE a bit. But I don't know that it's all that serious. I don't know that it's a deep hatred, but it could just be that he's kind of soured on WWE a little bit since leaving. And for good reason, really. Certainly with the John Laurinaitis stuff. Okay, so we got the Street Profits. The profits are up. We want the smoke. Okay, so we've got B-Fab, we got the Street Profits. They said that A-Town Down Under are in the way, and the profits are up, and they want the smoke. We don't see much of B-Fab, do we? We don't see much of B-Fab. B-Fab doesn't really know what to do as part of this entrance, does she? She's just sort of like standing in the background, just doing a little bit of this. I feel like we should integrate her better. Okay. First match coming up. Do we think Kevin will turn on Cody? Because what happens, says Batman Big Fan. Batman Big Fan, hello? I don't think so, to be honest, but I don't think he'll turn on him. There's not a need to, is there really? I mean, he doesn't want the match because he doesn't feel like he's deserved it. But, I don't know, Cody's done something nice after the match. I mean, he's giving him a champion. It'd be a weird thing to turn over. You're giving me a WWE Undisputed Championship match. How dare you? It would be a slightly strange thing to turn over. I just think it's going to be a banging match. I think, like, you've got a great talent there, someone that's really good in ring, and I just think there's a chance that it's going to be a banging match like what we saw with Cody AJ. I think it's fine. It's maybe another example of, you know, not the most creative story in the world. But I think, you know, Cody could turn around and just remind Kevin, you never got your fair shake when Roman was champ. I want to give you that opportunity now because you'll get that fair opportunity against me. And I think people will buy that, to be honest. And I think people would be excited for the match. So I'm really not down on it. When I saw it earlier, I did wonder if he would turn and then demand it. But the way that we've gone is... he's been given it. That's fine. I think they want to keep... It feels like they want to keep him face throughout this process. That's how it feels. But you never know when one of those cheeky swerves could show their faces. You could always have a cheeky swerve, couldn't you? A-Town Down Under on the outside, just having a few words with B-Fab. We've got Montez going over the top rope, crashing down on A-Town Down Under. We've got B-Fab on the outside as well. Look at that from Montez. Montez. As we go to commercial break, 26 minutes into the show. And it's been all right, man. It's been all right. Pretty fun open. And now we're into a match, which I don't think this match will stick around that long, to be honest. SmackDown doesn't have anyone on the roster that's likely going to be a serious threat to Cody, says Adam. Everyone's on Raw except for Kevin Owens, Orton, and Roman. Jojo said you missed some super chats. Thank you. Let's have a look to try and catch up. I think I've got them all, have I? Oh, one from Delwyn. Oh, Delwyn, that one snuck through. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. I think there is a little bit of a problem with the larger amounts where until like the little countdown thing has run its course, it doesn't show on this thing. So they can. That is a bit annoying. But Delwyn, massively appreciate the support, my friends. Delwyn said the direction for Roman with this babyface run is to make Jacob and Solo look like bigger stars than they are being presented as currently. Jacob has already done a brilliant job without Roman, but now the fun begins. Get the popcorn ready. And you know, that I think is such a... I think that's such an educated, clever comment in the sense of that is correct. Like, that is booking. That is what you want to do. Like, Roman coming back and just beating Solo would be easy. Easy. Can book that for Berlin. Easy. Yeah. But what do you actually want to achieve? Like, yeah, ultimately Roman, I'm sure, will win this feud. But ultimately winning the feud doesn't bury Solo because you can... You know, I've said this before. It's a little bit like winning Money in the Bank but failing the cash-in. If we had given Money in the Bank this year to Andrade, right? And he had the briefcase. And then every time there was a title match, Andrade came out to remind Gunther, Cody, whoever, that I've got this. Yeah? And it gave him an opportunity to cut promos. And it put him into segments with Cody, with Gunther, kept him in people's minds. He was part of the... Every time there was a prediction video, people were like, don't forget, Andrade could cash in, right? So all of a sudden, it might be Kevin Owens, Cody at Bash in Berlin, right? It might be Randy Gunther at Bash in Berlin, but you've got to mention Andrade because he's got the briefcase, right? If you do that for like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, and actually Andrade gets put in some big segments and he has some good promos and he has some good matches in that time, ultimately, he could fail with his cash-in, but it still would have been worth it for him. He will still have been in all of those conversations, all of those segments. He will be a bigger star. So I kind of feel like what you've just said is very true in the sense of Roman's back. We need to use Roman to find a way of making Solo feel like a bigger star. Even if ultimately Solo loses, we need to find a way of making him feel like a bigger star. And same with Jacob, same with Tama Tonga, same with Tonga Loa. We're using Roman to put others over, really, to get others over, even if ultimately they end up losing. I completely agree with you. So how do we do that? How do we go about doing that? And that would be the fun of booking. That would be the fun of creative and coming up with some interesting twists and turns. So like you said, Delwyn, get the popcorn ready. Right, we are back to the action, and we've got Grayson driving into Montez. Serious question, do Raw and SmackDown use the same creative writers, or are they different, said Richards? I think they're different, to be honest, and Triple H oversees both, but I think that they do allocate writers to different shows. So, to be honest, it's a bit of a fluid situation, because back in the day, they had two whole different writing teams. I don't know that there are two whole different writing teams, but I do think that there are people that are allocated. But what the actual structure looks like now, I'm not too sure. Like how many people are in each team, I'm not, or even if there are teams. But I know that I have seen like lead Raw writer, lead SmackDown writer be mentioned. So that's I'm under the impression there's at least one or two that are dedicated to each show. Montez goes up. Super blockbuster by the Street Profits. And it is a win for the Street. That wasn't very long, was it? We came back from commercial break. Crowd were pretty hot, you know. Crowd are pretty into this. Let's get people's thoughts on that match. It's a win. It was Austin Theory that was pinned. So could this be the moment that we finally get them snapping? They're not champs. They've just lost a #1 contenders match. Street Profits in the ring. But A-Town Down Under, I think, are on the outside, and it doesn't look like we're still getting any turn. No, we go to the back. Oh my God, why is this taking so long? I don't deserve this match. You're kidding. I'm man enough to admit I don't deserve it, but you think Roman does? Yeah. How many times did he get beat? Or should he have been beat? The rematch clause hasn't been enforced in years. That's a great point. That's a great point. You want to see someone that deserves a title match more than Roman? Go to the locker room, open the door, just have a look in. Okay, there we go. Match is made. Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes. I guess I will see you in Berlin then. Well, there we go. That's the least excited I think I've ever seen anyone get a WWE Championship opportunity. Right, Nia Jax is going to be coming up next. She obviously is the new WWE Women's Champion. And are we going to commercial break? August 31st. From the Uber Arena. So, Bash in Berlin. We just got a video package. What's the theme? Who does the theme? Okay. Sounds like K-pop. K-O-pop. Right. Let's end this poll, shall we? I don't like keeping them up too long, certainly because they're so big now. Something seems to have changed with YouTube, so I've had to kind of change the chat a little bit, if that's why it looks a little different. I don't really like it, to be honest. But some sort of YouTube change. Okay, that match got good 96%. Lovely. Right. Austin Theory should turn on Grayson Waller because every time they get in a brawl, Waller always runs away like a coward and leaves Austin Theory beaten up. Well, and also I'm tired of waiting. Yeah. Daze, are you familiar with the theme song? No, I've never heard it. I don't even know who sings it or what it's called. That's the first time I think I've heard it. Sounded like K-pop. It was Berlin pop. It's electric cowboy and baby metal. Oh, I've heard of baby metal actually. Where are they from? Are they Korean? Baby metal. Sue metal. Where are they from though? I've heard of them. Japan. There we go. Japan. Same innit? Same. It is J-pop. If it is baby metal. Oh my God! Look at that. I said K-pop. It was J-pop. Do you know what I mean? It's right next door. Right next door. It is kawaii metal, J-pop, power metal, or alternative metal. If it is baby metal, I don't know. It was alright. Something a bit different, innit? Do you know what I mean? Something a bit different. Something to do. A fight that would be great to see would be Daze versus a hungry Jacob Fatu. Why a hungry one? Why a hungry one? Baby metal are awesome, says Matter. Niall said Gunther Pop, Kaiser Pop, Daze Pop, Gunther Pop. Could you imagine Gunther Pop? Gunther Pop. Lonely Road said, I'm glad someone stopped her. She was irritating. Baby metal are also metal. Spartan Mage said, how has your day been? My day's been all right, thank you. Just been getting ready for this stream, really. Just reading lots of bits. I have never seen the level of delusion that someone is going to report someone for not participating in a one-sided convo. What's going on? Have we got chat drama? What channel is Smackdown on? Said Riz King. It depends where you are, but if you're in the UK, it is on TNT Sports 1. If you're in America, I believe it's on Fox. They did a theme for NXT back in the day called Karate, says Marty Metal. Alex Bliss Gamer said, happy birthday to both me and Alexa Bliss. Yes, happy birthday, Alexa Bliss. Woo! Alexa. Alexa Bliss Gamer, thank you for reminding me that it was Alexa Bliss's birthday. Happy birthday to her. James said, for once, it's not my fault. James, well done. Well done. Poppy said, if KO doesn't want to fight, what's stopping him from just being thrown for just throwing the match? He has to turn heel soon. He is... I think he will. I think he was just trying to be polite, really. Don't know. Bit strange. Mr. Cardinal, shout out to you. Jameson said, I wonder if WWE Creative will make a match between Finn Balor and Damian Priest in a Judgment Day street fight. Hey, James, that new tunnel looks good, doesn't it? Pictures you tagged me. I really like that. The new Man United tunnel. Right, we are back, but they're just showing us, obviously, there's going to be lots of recaps of SummerSlam. I'm about to die if Roman doesn't hurry up, said Amethyst. I think that it'll be a case that it'll be at the end of the show, but looks amazing. Daze against Logan. Daze wins just from having a better beard, said Rickster. Yeah, imagine that. But he'd kill me. I mean, he's really athletic. I mean, and fun fact, I'm not. Guys, what happened in the first 30 minutes? said Zakaria. Cody has found his new challenger. And Street Profits beat A-Town Down Under. Right, now we've got Tiffany. Just leave. Telling someone backstage, just leave. Yes, girl! Here's Pretty Deadly. Tiffy. Oh. They still want to do this musical, don't they? We're thinking Sabrina Carpenter with the joy of One Direction, and we need to feel that joy. Ah, here's Chelsea. Oh, Chelsea looks great. Just having a pop at her outfit, man. Don't you have a ladder to fall off? So she's trying to sort a party for Nia. Tacky time! Oh, I love that! Tacky time? Toodles! You'd think that Chelsea and Tiffany would be like really good friends because they're both women and annoying. But they don't like each other. I like that dress that Chelsea was wearing. It looked great. Tacky time. K-pop lover at tacky time. That was good, wasn't it? Tiffy is greater, says William. Richard said Tiffy in the bank. The Irish Oos says yeet time. Okay, where are we going now? We're doing some match flow. They've been sponsoring this thing for years. They love it, don't they? Old Progressive. Progressive match flow? I can't remember ever watching a SmackDown where we didn't have a progressive match flow. Tacky in the bank, says K-pop lover. Fat Brad said, favourite WWE wrestler. Is that a question, or are you saying that Tiffy is your favourite? Who are people's favourites at the moment? I don't know. Probably a lot of Romans in it, really, I'd imagine. Maybe the odd Rhea. I don't know who my favourite is, you know. I love Elia and I love Gunther, but how do you judge favourite? If it was to come down to who do you want to see be like world champion, my answer is Sami Zayn. But I do love Elia and I do love Gunther. I think Elia can just be a bit intense, and at least with Sami, you get a bit of humour there as well. Same with Gunther as well. He can be a bit serious. So I think it might have to be Sami for me. Here's Jade. Great entrance. Finn is definitely my fave, said Brian. Jacob Fatu against Bron Breakker in a hopscotch match, says William. I thought you said tanky time. I was going to say Shots is back, said Jadam. Jade Cargill, Amethyst's not impressed. Oh, yeah. Fat Brad, that's a good shout, CM Punk. That's a really good shout. Sami Zayn. I do love a bit of Sami Zayn. I do love a bit of Sami Zayn. Okay, we've got Jade in the ring. Who is your first wrestling crush? Said Wrestling. Honestly, I didn't have one. I really genuinely don't remember having a wrestling crush. You got to remember there wasn't really women around when I first started watching. I mean, there was in the world, but not really in WWE. They had Alondra Blaze and Bull Nakano, and I didn't really have any feelings towards them, other than they were awesome wrestlers. I don't know. I was probably still a bit too young when Sonny was around. And then China never did it for me. Luna Vachon didn't do it for me. Ivory didn't do it for me. I mean, obviously there was a lot of bra and panty matches and scantily clad women in the Attitude Era, but I genuinely don't remember having like a crush. The first girl in WWE that I remember seeing going, oh, she's attractive, was Kelly. But even Kelly is not someone that I was like, oh my god, I need to get the calendar. I need to get she in a magazine and all this kind of. I just thought she was an attractive girl. So I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. No, I'm not very. I haven't really got a good answer for that one. But I would probably say on reflection, Kelly. But do you know who I went back and saw when she was younger? Rockin' Robin. Rockin' Robin was a good-looking girl when she was champion back in like the late 80s. She was good look. I tell you what, that's Mae Young. She was a good-looking girl back in the day. If you're into your 1930s buttes. It's weird, isn't it? If you look at a girl, like, if you look at an old woman and then look back at when they were young and, like, they looked, like, really attractive, can't help but still think about the old woman that they've become, can you? Do you find that? I find that. I can look back at, like, Mae Young and appreciate she was good-looking in her day, but I still see the old woman that she became, you know? I'm just being honest. I don't think she would mind me saying it. We all age. I'm just saying. I can appreciate how attractive. It's a bit like going back and looking at, like, Marilyn Monroe. Like, she's attractive, but she is also dead, you know? And that is a problem. She is dead. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. The lads know what I mean. Grannies for the dub, said A.B. Jobson. Sensation. Wendy Richter. Wendy Richter was fairly attractive. Yeah, Wendy Richter was fairly attractive. Yeah, there we go. The graphics on screen. Undisputed WWE Championship. Cody Rhodes against Kevin Owens. China was hot, said Rickster. Marilyn Monroe never did it for me. No. Well, that's because every time I saw her, I knew she was dead. And, like, that's, do you know what I mean? It's hard for a woman to do it for you if you look at them going, oh, she's dead now. So, there we go. There's an insight you wasn't expecting. Okay, so we got Isla and Albert making their way out. AJ Lee. Cyndi Lauper was just wild. I didn't really look at Cyndi Lauper and go, oh, she's attractive. She was just crazy. Albert against Jade. Already 50 minutes into this show. Daze first crust was Debbie from Dallas, said Ian. Now we're talking. Yes, we all age, apart from Daze, who's stuck at the age of 20, says Daniel. This is true. Daze Joe Hendry is getting organic reactions, or he is staging things before the camera turns on. Imagine he's telling the PC crowd to chant before going live on the USA Network. Now, I think he's getting organic reactions, but I think that there are moments where they encourage those reactions. I think, you know, come on, guys, we're about to start filming, get chanting. I saw that clip, like, but I think those people would have done it anyway. It's just they wanted them to start when the cameras started. So I didn't really mind that too much, to be honest. There's enough people that will start chanting it live in a crowd for me to know that it's not all manufactured. But, yeah, you know, maybe don't believe everything you see on TV. Sometimes it is going to be a little bit smoke and mirrors, you know. But I think he's getting genuine reactions. I mean, people, you know, I will say, though, I would not be shocked to find out that some of those signs that we keep seeing on shows, I would not be shocked to find out some of those have been planted. That would not shock me. But I think he is definitely over. Someone listened to all those records and bought those records to get it in the charts. Jasmine from ECW taught me a few things in my young days, said Thomas. I bet she did. Michelle McCall said jump in Jeff Farmer. Terror Twins are my favourite, said Belinda. Chris said, I've got you on the big TV. Ah, that always feels weird, that does. In my mind, everyone watches on a phone. Don't like being on the big TV. Ugh. This face wasn't built for big TVs. It wasn't really built for it. This face was built for radio. Shots coming in there by Alba. Jade getting up. Alba against the ropes. Round the houses. Alba pulling on the arm. She's a good wrestler, Alba. I mean, obviously, we know her as Kaylee Ray. Long-time NXT UK Women's Champion. She obviously competed all over the world. Here was Isla. Jade has got Alba. Plants her down. Jade back up on her feet, charging over. Collides into Alba. Oh, lovely little kick there by Jade. Going for Jaded. Boom! Gets it. Rolls her. 1, 2, 3. Thanks a lot for coming. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Jade! There we go. Jade Cargill picks up the victory as we are 7 minutes away from the halfway points. Oh, here's Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport jumping in the ring. Who's going to come to the rescue of Jade and Bianca? Is that Naomi? It is Naomi. Naomi making her way down to the ring. Look at her hair, man. Oof. Look at her. Massive afro. Boom. Thez press. Throwing in some big shots. Shots coming into the midsection, but... oh, big boot there by Jade. That was huge. Oh. Spine buster. Isla gets planted. Naomi. Drop kick. Blair goes down. Kip up by Naomi. Well, she didn't get the memo, did she, as to what to wear? You've got Bianca in, like, silver. You've got Jade in silver. And then you got Naomi in fluorescent green. They could be a really good trio. An amazing trio. Right, coming up next, LA Knight will be live. Glow up, said Charles. Do we think Jimmy returns tonight? I don't know, but there is definitely a chance, but it is far from guaranteed. Is it commercial break again? Yeah. Tony said if Vince was still booking and wanted to expand to the historian market, he would revamp Sheamus into Sheamusketeer. That would be something. That would be something. Kaylee said Naomi just got back from Austin Powers' house. Very good. Yeah, baby. Batman Big Fan said, Daze, who would you want to win the 2025 Men's Royal Rumble? Not The Rock, because he should not deserve it. So, whoever wins the Rumble, I think, goes after the World Heavyweight Championship. So, will that still be Gunther? I think there's a good chance it will. So, I would want Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn versus Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship 1 year after Sami beat Gunther for the IC Championship. But now it's for a world title. A world title that Sami has never held. It's gonna happen, guys. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Come on, Sami. Sami. He so deserves it after everything. He's been on the main roster for like 27 years. He so deserves it. How about John Cena? How about no? I wouldn't mind John. I wouldn't mind if John did, because next year's his last year, but I would prefer Sami. I would do Randy John Cena at WrestleMania. Some people will say they would like the title to be involved there, but I want Sami to be champ more. I want Sami to be champion more. How about Randy gets the belt off? How about Randy gets the belt off Sami? And then we do John Cena, Randy, a little SummerSlam. How about that? John Cena, Randy Orton at SummerSlam, title on the line. Sami wins it at WrestleMania, loses it before SummerSlam. He doesn't need a long reign, he just needs to win it. He just needs to touch it. Randy Cena, said Rickster. That would be interesting. Fun fact, I'm special counsel and you're my tribal chief, says Edward. Thank you, Edward. Roman Reigns' return resulted in over 104 million social media views, making it the biggest SummerSlam social moment of all time. Let's go. I'm really excited for Roman tonight, said Matt. Yes, same, bud, same. What do we think John Cena's last opponent would be? Hard to say. It's whoever he wants. I think it should be someone like Trick Williams, because I think that he should lose his last match and put over potentially the next guy. I really like Trick Williams. So him taking on Trick Williams, putting Trick Williams over, I think would be really cool. Some people would love for it to be like a big final match like Randy again. I mean, the Randy match is definitely happening next year. Definitely. I have no doubt about that. It's just, when do you do it? Do you do it as the last match? Do you do it at SummerSlam? Do you do it at WrestleMania? I don't think you want to do it more than once, because he's only got so many dates. And there's so many people for him to face. I don't think you do it more than once. So we're just seeing video footage of LA Knight. Yeah. Here he is. Oh, big reaction. Big reaction for LA Knight. LA Knight making his way down to the ring. Please welcome. There he is, LA Knight. Yeah, big reaction. The crowd love him. Sounds the same. They've said big shout out to Letdown. New music for a new champion, but it sounds the same. It's just a bit of a remix, is it? There is, wow, Lou Ferrigno, the Incredible. He looks great. He looks great. He must be like 90 years old. Wow. Lou Ferrigno? Wow. Did my tribal chief return? No, not yet. Main event, we think. I went to a Gerpo Fame concerts. I don't know who that is, Isaac. Shout out to you. Hope you had a good time. Go see someone good next time. Go see someone we've heard of. I'm a boomer. I've never heard of them. If they made music after 1997, I don't stand much chance. Okay, LA Knight in the ring. One question still remains. Yeah. You deserve it. You deserve it is the chant. He does deserve it. Macho Man in the crowd. Call me what you want. But sooner or later, you will call me champ. Let's go, man. Let's go. Fresh. I understand this thing makes me a marked man. Kappa, shout out to you. Lou Ferrigno looks great. He does look great. I don't know how old he is. He looks better than me. Is this a new catchphrase? I hit it and quit it. Okay, who's coming out? Is this Santos? I didn't really feel like he said anything there, you know. He just kind of came out and went, I hit it, I quit it, I'm the champ. Told you I would be. Here's Santos. Lou Ferrigno, 72. Oh, he hit it and quit it. Yeah, says Brian. Okay, so Santos Escobar has made his way out. Jacob Fatu, it's op. What does that mean? Oh, operation. Have we got some word on that situation? It's not every day that a guy like you finally gets a taste of gold. This whole LA Knight as champion, I don't buy it. It's not a good fit. I'm thinking Santos is going to win this match, but Andrade is... I got a lot of time for Andrade. Lou gets a spot tonight, says William. Santos needs to do something. He's been floating around in no man's land for a while. If he loses a feud to LA, I don't think that does him any good. Tony said, it seems that AEW want to go head-to-head with WWE in episode 2 months away on a Tuesday. It'll be interesting to see how they advertise them. Isaac said, Daze, I'm going to school back to Bash, wearing my shorts, super hot outside. Well, don't go outside yet. Roman's back later. I'm sorry, what did you say? Tulsa was telling me you suck. To get a shot at this, you've got to qualify. Goof Squad. So loud. Man, they're so into him. El Idolo. Here we go. El Idolo. Andrade making his way down. El Idolo. Why does hit it and quit it sound like William's chat up line? It really does. It really does. I wonder if that's a chat up line that's ever worked for him. I doubt it. LA Knight is a tryhard, said Navaldo says, yeah. I mean, I don't mind LA Knight being champion. I think he's definitely deserved it, and the people want it. I don't feel like he said much there, though. Like, it really was a lot of, you think you deserve it, you don't. You're going to have to win against this guy. I mean, what did he call them? The Goof Squad or something? The Goof Crew. There wasn't really much there. Considering he's such a good talker, I thought he could have had some good lines. But, hey-ho. This should be a great match, says El Leon. Andrade married to Charlotte. He is, yes. Or she is. They are. Did anyone notice Joe Hendry is like another Elias, but better? They've done a little feud, have they not? Didn't they do some sort of feud? Where is Elias now? Is he out of wrestling now? Where is he? Has he just vanished? Roman isn't coming back, said Gloomy. Oh, they're just making us wait. Halftime now, said Tony. It is. Do people want to put in their scores? I still haven't changed the thing, so we can do the thing. Where's the thing?
Halftime scores.
Oh, no.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
There I am. Right, WWE Biggest Fan says 3, Chastity Plum with a 6, Dr. Lucha Lala with a 7, Mikey Vlogs with a 7, Keaton with a 6, Anna with a 5. Well, that went tee up, said James. Brony with a 7, Liam with a 5, Pillskin with a 6.5, Tuya with a 6. Suzanne with an 8, Rickster with an 8, Tony, shout out to you. Greg with an 8, Dave Newt, and I thought it was nude, but it's Newt, says 6. Jojo with a 6, Edward said, I'm going to say 5, Stephen said 5, Batman Big Fan said 7, Amari with a 4, Elias is on YouTube spreading the gospel of Jesus. Oh, is he? Oh, fair play. Edward said, do you think I'd cut a good promo? I have no idea, Edward. EST said 6. Ishan said 6.1. John said 7.5. Kian said 6. Mark with a 7. Prince Moolah said, there you are. Spike with a 6. George Vlogs with a 6. Oscar with a 6, I think it was. Was it Oscar? Was it Oscar? We may never know. Just jumped up before I could get to it. Oscar, where is your comment? Where did you go, Oscar? I have to find out. I cannot leave it unanswered. Where did you go? I can't find you anymore. Did you delete it? Oscar, what was your score? I need that. Yes, 6. Thank you, Oscar. That was doing me, I did. It was right there, and I just had to like scroll down to see it, and then all the other comments went. Who's this boomer? Oh, hang on, what's this? Is this Giovanni? What language is he talking? That's not English. Skiing, speeding on the track. Is he talking about where he's been? Soon I will bring that same relentless drive to SmackDown. Vinny Vinci. Giovanni Vinci. Well, there we go. Giovanni Vinci's coming back. He's been skiing. He's been driving. Is that going to work? Is that going to work? Do we think it's going to work? Gonna have to book him a hell of a lot better than you booked him before. Now, let's see. Let's see. Could we do Vinci versus Gunther sometime? Well, they're on different brands, aren't they? Here's Angel and Berto. They're getting involved with Andrade. Vinci is going to fall into the mid-card, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Imagine the female Shield, says Corey. Yep. I think he should have gone back to NXT for a bit. Oh, hello. Baron Corbin and Apollo. Apollo! So what's happening here? They're attacking Angel and Berto. Throwing in some shots. Andrade and Santos are still battling away. Guys, we have got... We're running out of time, really. We have got, what, 47 minutes? I've got to think they're going to give... It's going to take Roman half an hour to walk to the ring, so... I reckon with 20 minutes to go, 25 minutes to go, we should get to Roman. So we might be about 20 minutes away. It's exciting, isn't it? After news about an Italian PLE and the vignette for Giovanni, would you see this being the first step in making him a top star? Well, if he was going to be a top star, then yes, this would be the first step. But I don't think he's going to be a top star. But if he was going to go and do that, then yes, this would be the first step, wouldn't it? Against the ropes goes Andrade. Ooh. Tilt a whirl. Backbreaker. Corbin with the aces and eights vest, says Fred. Hope they're not burying Vinci. He was always good in the ring. Just needs a good gimmick, says On. I don't think Jacob is really hurt. I think he's going to sneak attack Roman tonight, said Chris. When will Roman return? About 20 minutes, we think. That video will be longer than his matches, says Adam. Has Roman come out? No. Big boot there by Andrade. Jameson said Jimmy and Jay will reunite with Roman, creating a Survivor Series War Games match versus the so-called Tribal Chief Solo and his bloodline. John said, do we think Rowan will get a solo push? If so, what title? He could get a solo push, but I don't know that it'll be for a title. I could see the Gacy and Loomis being the tag team in the group. Howdy, I think, is the leader of the group, even though I don't know if they have a leader. But it is Howdy. So if Rowan goes off to do some solo stuff, I don't know that it would be for a title. It could be a feud. Oh! Powerbomb. Powerbomb by Andrade. Oh, there we go. Commercial break. I want Solo to acknowledge Roman, said Wisdom Peter. Roman has not come out of the closet yet, said K-pop lover. Well, if he's in the closet, he's quite far in there because he's got a wife and like 6 kids. Do you know what I mean? he's well in that closet. But that would ideally happen, but the Speed title didn't elevate Ricochet or Andrade because no one watches Speed, says LS Dub. Roman will stay heel and beat Bruno Sammartino's streak, defending the belt 3 times a year, says Mr. Unfamiliar. Mr. Unfamiliar, hello, shout out to you. El Leon said it's a big closet. James said so did Elton John. That is true. I don't know the history of that, though. Did he know that he was... I don't know the history of that. Was that, like, because of the times and, like, people were really judgmental, so he married a woman, but actually secretly was going out to, like, gay nightclubs? Or did he love her? I don't know. Don't know what the situation was there. I didn't expect to speak about Elton John's marriage from the 1980s. Is it? Was it? What theme song do you think is the most underrated? I don't know. I think they're all garbage. Death Rebels sucks, don't they? I love Bianca's. I think because we've heard it so many times, we kind of take it for granted, but I really rate Bianca's. And I think the best is Trick Williams. I love it. It doesn't... honestly, I could be having such a bad day and I can hear it. I'll put a big smile on my face. I love it. Love Trick Williams. Theme song. I don't know. Underrated is difficult, to be honest, because you never quite know how things are rated. I just think Def Rebel are just... They're terrible. They botch worse than like Nia Jax in her OG run. You know, I don't like saying like, oh, they should be fired and stuff like that, so I'm not going to say that, but they need to do better. And maybe should be replaced. No one's breaking Bruno's record. I don't like that. I shouldn't be muted. Well, thank you for telling me. Perhaps it was my singing. It's funny how it happened as I was singing the Trick Williams theme. Even the microphone went, nope. Nope. Crossbody there by Andrade. I gotta say, this match is not bad, you know. This match is not bad. Andrade is a great wrestler. Santos is good as well. These two together are really doing their cooking up a lovely storm. Elton John broke your stream. It is Elton John. He is very powerful. He is very he doesn't want us to talk about his illegitimate marriage. It would not shock me to find out he has got access to this stream, then he can mute it whenever he needs to. Right now we've got Andrade with a suplex there. Oh, 3 amigos. 3 amigos. And he got all of the amigos. Oh, shoulder up there by Santos. Electra Lopez on the outside of the ring. It was the Wyatt 6. They hacked you, said Joe Adam. Well, I've been good. No need to hack me. I've not been a liar. You're a liar. I haven't betrayed my family. I don't think I fit the criteria. We've got Santos rolling to the outside. Big shot there by Andrade. Jameson said, what would your wrestling name be if you was in WWE? Daze. Danny said Def Rebel banned him. Oh, maybe. Well, if so, I took one for the team. Santos on that top rope. Oh, wow! Poison Rana from the top by Santos. 1, 2, oh, shoulder up. Wow, that was pretty sick. Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on. That should have put him away. That should have put him away. That move was massive. You still suck. You still suck. You still suck. How did he kick out of that? He was on that middle rope. He got flipped backwards, landed on his head, and he managed to kick out. Boom! Super kick there by Santos. Santos going against the ropes, but a drop kick. Beautiful. Textbook. Textbook by Andrade. Andrade going up. Moonsault coming up. Gets it, lands on his feet. Oh, God. 1, 2, no! Moonsault from the top, lands on his feet, standing moonsault. It's a go-to spot for Andrade, but it always looks so good. Always looks so good. Andrade, kick to the midsection. Oh, who's interfering? Carmelo. Carmelo interferes. And this is going to allow Santos Escobar. No. Oh, back elbow. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Santos. That back elbow couldn't put Santos away. We've still got the 2 bananas sitting in the front row. Crowd's applauding away. Crowd really enjoying it. It's been a really good match, this. Really good match. Oh, double knees by Andrade. Roll up by Santos. And he's grabbed the tights. 2, 3, and he gets it. That's a disappointing end. That's a sad way to end that match. But it makes sense to do Santos as the winner. He is the heel. Ba, ba, ba. There we go. That's bananas, said Florist Gum. Match of the night, said Rob. Oh, by a mile. By a mile. Carmelo getting involved. So they're just showing a replay of last week. Did it mellow hiding under the ring last week, said Wrestle with Andy. Did it mellow hiding under the ring last week? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't even remember what Mello did last week, to be honest. That was, we're seeing what happened to the Bloodline last week. They got a victory. Here's DIY. So we're walking around backstage, always still looking for anything in the background. DIY are making their way to Gorilla. We will do whatever it takes to get back at WWE Tag Team titles. Did you see that? Johnny was like, it's your time to say something now, Tommaso. What happened to Tommaso then? I just saw a replay of it. It tickled me. Johnny was doing his bit, and then there was like this silence, and you see Johnny just momentarily go, "What's he doing? What's he doing?" Please say something. That'll be fun backstage, won't it? Hey, do you remember that bit where you was meant to say something and took you forever? And I had a breakdown because we were live on TV. Right, DIY against Pretty Deadly. Tommaso Mrs. Goldie said Floris Gump. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Kevin Sullivan. So I think they might have a video package here. Wow, they've put this together really quickly. Brilliant. From the bad streets of Boston. That's how I remember him, as the Taskmaster in WCW. Desperately trying to bring down Hulkamania. I didn't see Hogan tweet out about him, actually. Ric Flair did, and Adam Pearce did, and loads of people did. Yeah, big feud with Dusty. It's a lovely video package. They've done a great job with this. Very good. Very good. Yeah, you got to be pleased with that if you're, you know, a friend of, I mean, obviously his friends and family have got other things on their mind, but I think what a wonderful way of paying respect. So many wrestlers in the past have never even had a graphic, and 99% of them, 99.9% only get a graphic. So to actually get a video package is a big deal. To get a video package just hours after your... I know it was like earlier today, but even so, for them to pull that together today, very good. Very good. And very much deserved as well. Hogan hated Kevin Sullivan. Well, in real life, did he? How come? Do you know why? Surely when someone passes away, you put that aside, don't you? Maybe not. Stranger Things have took action with WWE, and Giovanni may surprise you. After all, he might be the next Sammartino. Yep. Mr. Unfamiliar says, I like CM Punk, which is why I don't understand why I want Brock Lesnar to surprise attack him and start a long feud, said Mr. Unfamiliar. When was the last time they did a 10-bell salute? Bray and Terry Funk, was it? I think that was 10-bell salute, wasn't it? Feels like he was almost like a Bray before Bray. R.I.P. Kevin Sullivan says, Shadam. Viscera didn't get a mention, said Eric. He was the guy who got Mike Rotunda to turn heel. Rumour said, how excited are you for the Manchester Derby today? Not very, to be honest. I don't think United are in a great place. I think that you know, one of our big signing. We've only signed 2 people, and one of them has gone and got themselves injured for 3 months. So, you know, I don't really think Uniteds are in a great place going into the new season. I feel like we needed 5 new signings, not 2, and one of them to get injured. So it's very hard to say that I'm excited because I'm not expecting United to do that well later today, and I'm not expecting United to start this season that well. There's just not really a reason to think they will. I don't know what has changed. Changes are happening. Long term, I think United are in a good place or a better place, but we've got 1 extra player, and you know, we've let some players go as well. So I mean, you might even be able to argue we're in a worse position. So it's very hard to get excited. Right, let's end this poll. Jim said Sullivan will always be linked to Benoit. Yes. That hasn't been mentioned much from what I've seen today, but if you know, you know. Right, that got a good rating, which I think is a real shame. I think it definitely deserved to get into the greats, but it was just missed out on greats. Look, good 38%, great 36%. So that's a little bit of a shame. But look, if people weren't feeling it as much, then so be it. The community has spoke, but according to our community, Street Profits against A-Town Down Under was better. I don't know. Okay. Right, where are we? We are backstage with Grayson and Theory. This is ridiculous. Grayson Waller against Kevin Owens. Next week. 1-on-1. Boom. Oh, boys. Yeah. I got your back just like you've always got mine. So I wonder if the turn will be next week. Okay, DIY, pretty deadly. We've only got 25 minutes. I mean, for me personally, I'd be going to, like, Roman now. But we're doing a match. That means Roman's going to get 10 minutes, isn't it? It's going to take him 20 to get to the ring. Right. What do we think Dom was showing the Judgment Day on his phone that made Carlito say that's cool when Rhea was still away? Wrong answers only, said Jameson. There we go. The chat can answer that. Here's Pretty Deadly. Yes, boy! CM Punk is overrated, said RT the brand. Surely it happens next week. The split, yeah, I think so. I thought it was going to happen weeks ago. I thought it was going to happen when they lost the titles. Don't really know what we're waiting for, to be honest. Unless we're just trying to get a bit closer to Bad Blood rather than Bash in Berlin. Next week, we're in Orlando. That would have been good if I was there, but I'm not. Okay, so we've got the big disco ball. We got Pretty Deadly. Ryback sucks, says K Pop Lover. Waller Theory at Bad Blood says ABC 007. What a terrible main event match, said Chris. CM Punk deserves to win the 2025 Rumble, said Batman Big Fam. I would not be against that. What's up, fam? John, shout out to you. No Roman. Yeah, we're going to get Roman. We just got to get through this first. And I say get through it. It'll be all right. DIY are a good team. Pretty Deadly are a good team, but they're just, you know, just never see them. They've got no momentum. Yeah, this doesn't feel like the main event, does it really? But then I suppose it's not. It's Roman. Roman's the main event. Slingshot. Kick goes over the top, lands on top of Elton. John said, I've been noticed. Yay! John. Twizzle. Oh, hello. They're sat on the edge of the ring. Oh, I thought they were going to do that. They should have done that. They should have done the patting of the back. Drop kick there by DIY. They go up over the top. They come crashing down onto Pretty Deadly. They jump on the edge of the ring. Yes, boy. Matt said not to be negative, but I'm not very interested in this match. It's fine, Matt. I don't think many of us are. We like DIY. There's a time and a place for Pretty Deadly. But with just over 20 minutes to go, we want Roman. That's what we want. That's what I want. I hate Pretty Deadly, said Wrestle Wyatt. I hate Pretty Deadly, says Mazza. Another 7 minutes of this match, says Jojo. No, Jojo, because you are forgetting commercials. I want my boy OTC, damn it. Let him in, said Elton John was actually bisexual. Was he? And now he's just given up on women. Don't blame him. David said British Bulldogs against Heart Foundation. It isn't. Liv sent a picture of Daze without his hat, says K111AM. Where's that? Is that online? I want to know. I don't have it. But World of Wrestling said, did you change the font? I've had to use my camera to zoom in to read it. Yeah, I know. I haven't changed it. It's really annoying. So the chat box, I've always done the same thing with it. And like you basically get the URL for the chat, put it into the thing. I've got a code that gets it all a certain size. Lovely. Perfect. Never had an issue. Went to do it yesterday for the members stream, and it looked rubbish. It didn't do what it's always done for the past 4 or 5 years. It just looked rubbish, and I was like, "What's going on? What's this? What's this?" And I don't know. I've tried to do it again today, and it's just not worked. So I've had to just quickly find a fix. I'm going to see if I can find a better way of fixing it long term, but it's horrible, isn't it? I don't like it. Although, I think, does it make the emojis look bigger? I think it does, though. I mean, I don't know if there's a way that I can make the text... Must be a way. I'm going to see if I can make it bigger. Because I agree. Even I'm looking at it going... And I've got, like, massive monitor in front of me. I've got, like, a 30-odd-inch monitor in front of me, and even I'm going... Trying to read it. Thomas, shout out to you. Sullivan always felt Hogan and his group didn't like him because Sullivan promoted younger wrestlers and they were afraid of losing their spot. So there was a bit of heat between them in real life, was there? I don't know. I never heard. That's interesting. I'd like to think Hogan would not care about that. I mean, if Kevin Sullivan's passed away, I mean, you just send your condolences, don't you? I'm going to look and see if he has tweeted anything. I'll have a look. Hulk Hogan. Uh, 4 hours ago, he tweeted... 4 hours ago, he tweeted this very emotional message right here. Friday feeling with real Ameri beer. Beer. So it seems like he is very much paying his respects with all these people cheering and this American beer that he's got in his hands. So there we go. That's I think the only one that I think is that the only thing he's tweeted today, is it? That's his only tweet today. There we go. Beer. Call these people, loads of people. All these people. He ain't got enough beer, has he? What's he gonna do? Is he Jesus? He's gonna turn the water into beer, is he, for all these people? I wouldn't mind trying his beer. I'd give it a try. Oh, hello.
Halftime scores.
One,
Everybody,
two,
it's the halftime
save.
scores. I really
By
want
Johnny.
to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat.
Oh, hello. Why am I singing again? What's going on?
Scores.
We're doing halftime again. Boom, big clothesline. Round the back. Oh, big shot there by Kit. In comes Outham. Eat your vitamins and drink my beer. That is his new saying. That is his new saying. Say your prayers. Eat your vitamins. Drink my beer. Try not to get caught saying racist things on video. Whilst trying to engage in sexual activities with a radio DJ's wife. 1, 2, 3. It's a bit wordy, isn't it, all of that? But I think you could get it onto a shirt. Okay, it is a win for DIY, and more importantly, we all get to move on with our lives. So that is a thing. Match score. Time. Great. Goods. Boom. Lovely. OTC. Save this show, Roman. Hey, look, we were very honest beforehand, weren't we? That we didn't think the matches looked great, but it didn't matter because Roman is all anyone was going to care about. There is Solo. And he's waiting by the gorilla area. Still not here. Roman's still not here. Oh my God. No, Roman. He'll be here. Okay, so Solo is going to go out. Well, this isn't what we wanted at all. I do like Solo's theme, though. Taking it off. Sounds like he's saying taking it off. Sounds a bit sexy. Yeah. Taking it off. Yeah. Taking it off. Yeah. Let's go. Imagine a young lady dancing around. I'm taking it off. You'd be like, yeah. Don't leave me solo. Woo. Just me? Just me. Okay, Solo and Tonga Loa making his way, and Tamatonga making their way to the ring. Solo sucks, says Aubrey. Well, imagine if we don't get Roman. That'd be lols, wouldn't it? That'd be lols. That needs to be Lyra's new theme. Oh my God, I wouldn't cope, mate. I wouldn't cope. She already does the little, doesn't she? Jeez. Monday. Good. Oh, okay. Monday, Raw is back. Well, good, yes, Monday. Douche. On USA. Ah, got you. Yeah, 2 out of 3 falls. Match against Bron Breakker. And Mommy is going to be in action. Brony said, I would cry if we don't get Roman. They killed Solo when they jobbed him forever and then made him tribal chief, says Davids. That was a strange decision, wasn't it? To have him lose match after 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 match. After match 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 after match. And then go, should we make him tribal chief? Do you know what I think we should do now? Make him tribal chief. Sorry, what? Sorry, what? Do what? Yeah, that was strange. Right. We want Roman. We want Roman. Ali. Roman is going to steal the show. OTC. OTC. Days, I thought all time gets added to great score. I thought all time gets added to great score. It does. But only if great wins. If good wins, well then every good and everything above gets added to good. Did you get it? Did you get it? If good gets the most votes, well then it's a good match. I just add all of the scores, so good, great, all time gets added together, so it's good whatever that number is. But it can only be a great match if great wins outright. Otherwise, it can't be classed as great. Ooh, DIY one, didn't they? Lovely. I think these people are in denial. Jacob's legit injured, says AJG. Batman Big Fan said, what the hell was that Paul Heyman deep fake with your face on that I saw yesterday? That was real. That was real. I put a lot of weight on over the summer. Solo is going to tell Roman his orders were from the final boss, says Daniel Caps. Maybe Paul Heyman is going to return with Roman. Maybe, rumour. Maybe. I'll never forget the chat summary saying Days Punk, said Alkaline. I don't know what that means. Wrestle Wyatt said Days of the Table. Maggie said there's only one top face now, and it's the prettiest one on the roster, William Hensey. That's lovely, Maggie. That's lovely. Days, you should do food challenges, says Spartan Major. No, thank you. Well, I don't eat. I tend to have like lunch and dinner, and that's about it. What about me or these streams makes you think I should do food challenges? OTC only tables and chairs. If you want to spread this out, Roman comes out and then Haku jumps in to help him, says Davids. Roman will beat up the bloodline, said Wisdom Peter. At the beginning of the night, I was thinking just Roman, but how now? Brown cow, says Haley TV. How now? Brown cow. Oh my God, just give me the OTC. Stop all this teasing. We want Roman. We want Roman. Not this skunk. Solo Skunkoa. Because of his hair. Is that what skunks look like? Or maybe badgers. Don't know. Tulsa. Loud boos. Loud boos. Acknowledge me. They've not done it, you know. They've not done it. They're not acknowledging him. It's very disrespectful. Very. Pepe Le Pew, Sokoa, said Flores. Pepe Le Pew. We want Roman. Loud we want Roman chants. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. In case you haven't noticed, I'm the tribal chief now. Imagine if he hadn't noticed. Imagine if that's what the problem was. He just didn't realise. And he's backstage now going, oh, I get it now. Sorry about that. I didn't realise. You want these back? You want... Then come and get it from me. Come and get it from me. Solo throws down the challenge. If you want the Ula Fala, come and get it from me. Roman's music hits. Let's go. Let's go. OTC. Might as well say OMG, because the tribal chief, the original tribal chief, is on his way. Acknowledge him. Acknowledge him. Ah! Roman Reigns steps out with his OTC shirt and OTC graphics as well. Would have been nice if we had them at SummerSlam. Yeah, instead we had stupid head of the table. Here we go. Look at him. He's a badass, isn't he? He's a badass. And he's got his new remixed theme song. Oh, hello. Tama Tonga jumping to the outside. Boom! He got murked. He got murked. Oh, here's Tonga Loa. He'll end up murking himself. Boom! He goes into the ring steps. He got murked. Yes! Shank them all, Roman. Ring steps. Boom! Ring steps again. Boom! Yes. Yes. Samoans 2. Tongans 0. OTC. 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 Oh my God. It's just like Mercedes CEO, but better. Here we go. We've got Roman staring at Solo. Solo in the ring is taking his jacket off slowly. Not in a sexy way. Roman jumps up on the edge of the ring, stares at Solo. In a sexy way. Gets in the ring. Let's go, man. Let's go. OTC. OTC. Trinidad Flag Guy is in the front row as well, because he is the true leader of the WWE Universe. Not green shirt guy. Oh, boom! Big right hands by Roman! Yes! Oh, big kick coming back by Solo. Superman punch! Solo goes down! Look at him flopping around in the corner like an embarrassing fish. Yes! Roman, he's going to murk Solo. He's going to get the full set. Oh, they grab Solo and they pull him out the ring. Oh, you're tribal chief, are you? I don't think so. I really don't think so. There are the Ula Fala chili things. Let's go. Put them on. Put them on. Put the chilies on. Let's do it. This is getting hot and spicy. Yes. Yes. I didn't even know what that thing was, but now I love it. And now it means so much. But he didn't get to put it on because he got jumped. There is Tama Tonga. Tama Tonga with the Ula Fala, handing it over to Solo. Solo has got the Ula Fala and he is heading up the entranceway. Roman is in the ring getting battered. Who's come to ringside? Is that Jessica Carr? Yeah. Is she going to help? Tonga Loa. Boom! Superman punch! Boom! Tama Tonga down! Let's go. Roman Reigns versus Gorillas of Destiny. And Roman's messing them up. Ooh. Here we go. Boom! Spear! Tonga Loa down. Tama Tonga has run away. I don't blame him. Well, there we go. I mean, it's just like a Roman Reigns greatest hits. Superman punches, spears, crowd chanting OTC. Super loud. Super loud. OTC. OTC. Roman on the outsides. Oh. Roman running round. Who's he going after? It must be Tama Tonga. Boom! Yes! Into the barricades! Which explode. Oh, look at the bananas! The bananas are thrilled! We've got thrilled bananas! Yes! Wrestling is the best! Wrestling is the best! When do you ever see excited bananas? Boom! Chair shot! And again! And again! Mess him up, Roman! Mess him up! Yes! Yes! Solo doesn't care. Look at him. He's like, oh, you might have excited the bananas, but I've got the chilies. Boom! Let's go, man. I'm the tribal chief now. No, you're not. Literally no one believes that, Solo, you silly Billy. OTC. OTC. Oh, he's just deaded the Gorillas of Destiny. Basically, what's happened is Roman has come out. The crowd have gone crazy with OTC chants. Roman has destroyed the Gorillas of Destiny single-handedly. Solo has run to the entranceway to tell us that he is the tribal chief now. And a couple of bananas in the crowd absolutely flipping loved it. Absolutely flipping loved it. Maybe one of the greatest wrestling segments you'll ever see. I mean, what else do you need? Ticked every box, didn't it? Ticked every box. I freaking love Roman Reigns, said Brony. That was amazing, says Batman, big fan. 10 out of 10 for the bananas. If only they'd been in pajamas. If only. Solo's tribe is destroyed. That was bananas, literally. Adam said, The Rock personally regards Haku as being his adopted uncle. So it makes sense if it turns out they are controlling Solo's vision of the bloodline that they tap so deeply into the Tongans, says Adam. Yeah, they those kind of island families, my understanding is that they are very close. Told you all, Jacob was legit injured. Wake TF up, said AJG. Guys, if you know TF, wake him up, please. AJG is asking if we can wake up TF. I don't know if that's Tony Farn. You know Tony Farn, who's in charge of AEW? AJG's just asking if we could wake him up. Batman Big Fan said that was epic, and Anna says bananas love Roman. That is the big takeaway. That is the big takeaway. Solo got orders from The Rock, which will start the feud between Roman and The Rock, says Ray. Craig said 2 interactions. Roman destroys them both times. Next week, we need Reigns to take a beating if we are to believe they are a threat. That is very true. I mean, Roman's just destroyed Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa on his own. So, yeah, if we are to believe that he is, like, in any kind of danger, we do need... There does need to be some sort of repercussion. We do need to give this new bloodline something. Maybe this prompts the arrival of Hikuleo. Perhaps Hikuleo's going to mess up Roman Reigns. I don't know. I find that hard to believe, but I don't know. They need something, and maybe Hikuleo could be that missing piece. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Rickster, shout out to you, my friends. Lonely Road said 10 out of 10 for the OTC. Roman Reigns. AJG, shout out to you, sir. Ellis Stubbs said Jacob's injury is a work and they're strategically keeping out of the angle. Segments like that are harder to do with Jacob around. Plus, WWE doesn't want him getting tossed around like that. No. I don't want to see Jacob getting tossed around. Great ending to a week show, said ABC007. OTC is Roman's shopping list. Onions, tomatoes, and cheese. What can you make with that? Onions, tomatoes, and cheese. That sounds like a bad meal, to be honest. Onions, tomatoes, and cheese. I mean, if you've got pasta, you could do something. But he would have to be the POTC. Or the OPTC, wouldn't he? To get pasta in there. What could you get with those three letters that would work? OTC. C, chicken. Definitely chicken. Chicken goes with everything. Tomato and chicken. That's all right, isn't it? You could have tomato and chicken. Onion, tomato, chicken. I don't like the sound of that. I'm quite happy with chicken. Olives. I do like olives. Olives. A table to eat it on. And chicken. That'll do. Olives and chicken on a table. OTC. OTC. That'll do. That's fine. That sounds great. Sounds like a dream meal. Original chicken thighs. Oh, yeah. Well, that's OCT. And that's just not what he calls himself. Oregano thyme chicken. Oh, olives, tuna, and chicken. Yeah, you can do a lot, actually, can't you? Yeah, well done, everyone. Look at us. We're basically chefs. Original taco cart. Oh, my God. Let's go. Oreos, tacos, and chicken. What are you doing with all of that? Oreos, tacos, and chicken. I mean, you could put the chicken in the tacos and then maybe have the Oreos as a dessert. Are you thinking 2 courses? That's ambitious, isn't it? That's ambitious. You've come up with 2 courses. Jeez, look at you. Look at you. Wow. Original Thai chicken. Let's go. Omelette teasing chicken, said Dirt Rumor. What, an omelette teasing a chicken? About what? about the fact it's fat. You're fat. An omelette, in my head I've got that now, an omelette teasing a chicken. And I'd like to thank you for that mental image. It's very much appreciated. Right, listen, we could sit here talking about what OTC really stands for. Yeah? Coming up with ingredients for wonderful meals. Or we could go. I might do that because I need to go and work on Unseen and do a few bits and bobs. But what I want to say is a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you had a lovely time. I know the show before the OTC was, yeah, it was what it was. But we are back on USA Network on Monday with Raw, so that should be a lot of fun. And we're not that far away, you know, from the move with SmackDown going to USA, so that's going to be big. And of course, we're getting ever closer towards Bash in Berlin as well. So plenty coming up, plenty of exciting things on the horizon. Have a lovely evening. Have a lovely weekend. And yeah, thanks for the support. And I will see you again next time. Good night. Toodly bye. Original toasted chicken. Ooh. Thanks, Archim. Bye for now.